Welcome into Flesh and Blood Tinseltown, ladies and gentlemen. It's the holiday party for all of the people of Wraith, and yeah, maybe you didn't ask for it, but we are throwing it your way anyway. It's the AGE Pro Team versus Team Sigil. Two teams that are kindred spirits, at least in my eye, but we'll see if we survive a friendship started so fresh and new after this very strange meta that we have established in a winter wonderland. Right here, it's a Flesh and Blood holiday show match. Thank you so much for joining us early on the East Coast, a more reasonable time in GMT, where we have eliminated the top 7 decks from contention. That means no Gravy Bones, no Cindra, no Verdance, no Mario, no Oscilio, no -IO, and no Kayo Armed and Dangerous, which means that pretty much everything is on the table, and it's unique heroes all the way through the bracket. First up, of course, is Evan Bridges versus Anton Sid Mejias. It is going to be a laugh riot, ladies and gentlemen, and the man to take us through this, besides myself, is going to be someone I hold very dear. It is Felipe Lima Cardoso, who you might know from a little show called Calling Some Paulo. Felipe, good morning, and thank you so much for joining me in the booth for this first round of the holiday show match. What's up, man? So good to see you here, Felipe, and it's going to be a laugh riot exactly in the same way that we did it back in Brazil. For now, I do have some questions for you, my guy. Do you have any particular stories about Anton that you'd like to share for the folks at home? Having a little bit of an audio issue. Felipe is clearly not hearing me, but we're going to get it now.
We're going to get it now.
I can hear you.
All right. What's up, Felipe?
All right.
So our first match is between Evan Bridges, a man near and dear to my heart, depending on the day that you ask me, and Anton Sid Mejias, a member of your team. Do you know Anton super well?
Yeah, Anton's a very good friend of mine. We traveled together for some Tier 4s, Pro Tours, and Worlds. He is originally from Spain, but he lives in London together with the folks. Like most of Team Sigil lives in either London or the US. I'm the odd man out, living out here in Brazil. But Anton is very good. He's a very kind guy, amazing guy. And if you reach out to him in any event, he will be eager to talk to you about the game and whatnot. He's an avid travel planner as well. Whenever we travel, he's the guy who marks everything we need to do, and he always makes such a big schedule for us. And it's always enjoyable to go sightsee with him, and he knows everything there is to see. And I always leave it to him to to get us around in all the cities we travel to.
That's terrific. Now, Felipe, today, we're not just eliminating the best decks in the meta from contention. We are also instigating a bit of a deck building stipulation. Every single player is forced to bring 3 copies of shitty Xmas Present into the deck. Is this a card you've ever mingled with?
And not entirely. I just saw it, but I never played with it. It will be really fun to see. And it's like a good way to give a gift to your team, right? If Anton can give you as much shitty Christmas presents as he can, I'm sure hoping that he can give you more presents than he receives.
There's going to be more cracked baubles pitched than even in a limited format of Flesh and Blood today. We're also inviting everyone to partake in a little Christmas cheer. This is a less than professional Flesh and Blood stream, and so we're going to be getting a little bit inebriated as we go. Felipe, are you going to join me on the drinking game front for this first match, or what?
Yes, I will. I'm just gonna grab a beer real quick.
Okay, cool.
Here in Brazil, it's summer right now, so like I'm not gonna be partaking in like warm drinks or whatnot. It's very hot right now, so I'll just partake with a beer and give me just a sec. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. I'll kill some time for you there, buddy. While Felipe grabs a beer, I'm going to talk about what is in my glass, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice, cool, pre-mixed Christmas eggnog, and I'm not going to lie to you. I had to thin it out with some water because it was basically thick as the 2 thieves that find themselves in the casting booth. Once again, we'll give it a taste right here. That's very sweet, actually, given that there's 3 types of alcohol in it. So be like Felipe. Go ahead and rush to your fridge if you're on the West Coast at, 8 in the morning. Go ahead and grab some Christmas cheer and join us in our little drinking game. Every time that a player resolves shitty Xmas Present, we will take a little sip. And then, Felipe, if you dare, I would like to challenge you to drink every time Evan Bridges on my team does one of these and adjusts his shirt down a little bit. Are you game?
What? Just like fix his shirt or something?
Yeah. You're going to want to
Yeah,
take small
okay.
sips. It's going to happen a few times.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
All right, cool.
And I will challenge you to take a sip whenever Anton does a shrug. Like,
As long as the shoulders go up, I'm taking a sip.
yeah, that's it.
All right, fair enough. Well, if we survive the end of this match, we will be very lucky indeed. Well, Felipe, we've talked a lot, and I could spend all day talking to you, but why don't we talk about something that we both love, and that is the game of Flesh and Blood. You want to head on down to the feature match area, or what?
Yeah, let's go down to it, man.
All right.
I'm eager to see those shitty Christmas presents.
Let's hit the button. Ladies and gentlemen, jingle your bells and deck your halls. It's Evan Bridges versus Anton Sid Mejias. Coming at you live from both the Southern California and London proper from Spellbound Games. That is the home of Team Sigil, at least if you live in the same country, which is not the case for my co-caster. Does look like Evan Bridges is on the play here. 40 plays 38. And the Vile Savant, the shortest guardian in the game of Flesh and Blood, resolves a big bully straight away. There's going to be an Intimidate trigger here. Anton immediately shuffling up, getting ready to banish a random card from the hand. Evan's going to roll a die and let fate decide. Felipe, you got any experience with Lyeth Goldmane?
Just watching it, I did practice with him a little bit as when Supperslan got out and we were testing the new heroes. He's really fun to play, man. Like, drawing an extra card every turn makes such a big difference in the game. It changes all your lines, changes all your, like, you have so many more potential lines to take, and it's really fun to play.
Big bully readily blocked out by Anton Sid. I'm sorry, that is not big bully. That is bully tactics. Excuse my slip there, right there. And it's also an activation of Lyeth Goldmane, Vile Savant. Evan Bridges generates a Might token and passes over to Anton. After one card is played, one card is blocked with. No blood drawn yet in Tinseltown, but that might change with Anton on the play.
Yeah, and Anton's playing Slippy, and I'm kind of eager to see how the new cards that came into this from the Slippy Armory deck shows up here right now. We can see that Anton is sporting the new headpiece from the Armor deck, right?
That is Prey Spotters, has Battle Worn 1, and also has the ability to mark the opponent at reaction speed, which is pretty tempting. I am a little interested to see why Anton elected to leave the Stalker's steps at home, perhaps valuing that one block very highly. But value is not what we're talking about here, folks. It's all about Christmas cheer, and what better way to celebrate the holiday season than a Hunter's Clave for 5, beefed up by a Savor Bloodshed.
It's very interesting how our mini drinking game impacts. I'm always looking at Evan to see if he will.
I know, right?
It's a shirt, man.
I'm looking at the players way more than I'm looking at the board state, which is not the way I normally do business.
I'm just like, come on, Evan, fix your shirt. I need a drink.
Don't worry. You're going to be drinking several times before this game is over. I think you might even need to pour more of that warm beer.
I like the nice touch with the playmats as well, like holiday playmats.
We made it happen. We are Team AGE, but we are also Team Shitty Xmas Present. Evan Bridges throwing out a Buckling Blow and a Fiddler's Green onto the combat chain. Buckling Blow is an interesting inclusion in Lyeth Goldmane because, you know, the little guy also has his cards reduced by half in terms of their power. Could tell sign of something like a Rouse the Ancients in the deck of Evan Bridges.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting take on Lyeth, but haven't been really common in the latest Lyeth list we've been seeing. Pop up here and there, like the one that Jason sported in Colin Valencia that did quite well. So it's interesting to see all these innovations and new ways of building Lyeth.
It's a very different 80 for Evan Bridges than Jason Rolfe, despite the fact that he is the savant of the Vile Savant. Anton Sid Mejias sending the second Hunter's Clave via a flick. Evan does seem to have a response here. Using the Quelling Slippers immediately to prevent the flick from coming through. Will not be marked here, and therefore will not allow Anton to draw a card on the connection 2 over the top of this Hunter's Clave.
Yeah, and This is a pretty interesting inclusion in life as well, given the +1 card he has every turn. The Quell equipment seems really efficient.
I remember some Lyath players bringing in quick dodge flexors, and ultimately, this common kind of just gets it done better. Sure, you can only prevent one on each chain link, but in Lyath, quick dodge flexors only block for one every chain link anyway, and this way, you get some trickier bits of prevention because you are preventing damage rather than blocking. Mark does get through, though, after Hunter's Clave connects with Evan Bridges' eyeball. The follow-up here is leave no witnesses, and Evan does have an Arsenal Protect. Only 2 cards out of the starting 5 to protect it.
That's how it can get pretty rough for life, because even though you have more cards, your cards don't block as well. But you can make some nice plays like preventing damage with the likes of Oasis, Respite, and those cards still get the full value out of it because they're not affected by life's ability.
Oasis coming in clutch, absolutely. Evan Bridges up to 42 after the Fiddler's Green goes into the graveyard. All of a sudden, the Vile Savant is looking a little bit taller after his life total eclipses his starting. And it's just going to be a Titan's Fist coming in only for 3. Excuse me. Yeah, it should be 3. Or no, it's back up to 4 thanks to the Might token. It's reduced down to 2, but then it goes back up to 3 because Evan pitched a Buckling Blow, which has cost 3 or more, and then it gets an extra buff from the Might token. So after quite a bit of extra steps, this Titan's Fist is coming in for the amount that it should be in any normal Guardian.
Yeah, you gotta jump some extra hoops to get it on live, but it's damn worth it because of the extra card you get every single time.
Man, I think I am really down bad. Evan hasn't adjusted his shirt a single time, despite the fact that I feel like I've seen him do it 6 times just in one sentence.
Bro, like, to be honest, I can't look at Anton with this Santa Claus headpiece. It's so funny.
I also haven't seen him take a shrug.
Yeah. I think things are going so far pretty well for him. So not so many shrugs.
Oh, I see. So it's a tell when he's in the blender.
Yeah. That gets more like apparent when he's in the blender. But yeah, but the players are very serious, man. Like
I know we need to get some holiday.
We gotta start some Christmas presents to make it.
We have really got to lighten the load for these players. Evan Bridges resolves edge of their seats in response to the Kiss of Death. Does have 2 suspense counters on, but Evan immediately reaches for the Attention Grabbers, which is going to remove one of those suspense counters and make it so that edge of their seats will pop at the beginning of his turn. Also currently blocking out this Kiss of Death, but there are reactions in the hand for Anton. 2 of them. The first, Razor's Edge, going to give this stealth attack action card +3, and the next one, Stains of the Redback. So this Kiss of Death is getting over by 6 currently, unless Evan has something to say about it. We'll give an extra loss of life on connection, and if Anton can get to another chain link, he'll also have the opportunity to flick that Kiss of Death for even more damage. Total of 7 connects with the life total for Evan Bridges. Oh, but a Liar's Charm out of the arsenal, and this is happening in the damage step. I believe Evan is going to be targeting Arachne Slip Through the Cracks and turning off the hero ability, but oh, poor Evan. There's a Stains of the Redback that has been resolved, so go again is applied whether or not you turn off the Slippy hero ability, and Evan says, oh. Perhaps we'll finally get the shrug of the shirt in order to get my co-caster drinking.
Yeah, that was a perfect response to the charm by Anton here, giving go a game regardless of the hero's abilities.
And Evan all of a sudden has eggnog all over his face. Perhaps one of the challenges of a stream game, his teammates next to him are laughing their asses off because they were saying, no pressure, Evan. We either start 1-0 or 1-0, and it's all up to you. Or sorry, 1-0 or 0-1. It's all up to you. No pressure. And in 2 turn cycles, Evan makes a bit of a blunder.
Yeah, guys. No, and for our audience here, don't get it wrong, guys. This is like a holiday celebration and all, but these guys are still competitive players. They really want to win. Like, it's a show match between two teams from across the globe, and like, I can guarantee you that every single player in this show match is trying really hard to get the win, so we can get the fun out of each other the next time we meet in a tier 4 or a calling somewhere in the world.
Yeah, the eyebrows tell the story. Even though neither of these players are shrugging or adjusting their shirts, the consternation is real on the faces. Evan did get a bit of a win there. Anton resolves a Codex of Frailty after the Liar's Charm comes out of the arsenal, and Evan is able to discard a Fiddler's Green, which is pretty darn sweet here. Getting value on the discard effect of Codex of Frailty is never a bad thing. However, Leave No Witnesses does find home, and there goes the second copy of Bully Tactics out of the arsenal. Evan only with 2 cards to work with on his turn. After Edge of Their Seats is going to pop in addition to a Might token at the beginning of his turn. 34 plays 38. Looks like there's a quick adjustment happening here. It bears mentioning here, folks, this is essentially an armory-style match. We're going to let the players kind of work out their own judge calls, as it were, because we're not that sweaty on Christmas. We just want to have a grand old time, and this is one way to do it. Mocking Blow out of the hand for Evan Bridges has not yet been booed because he is below his opponent in life, but the good thing about Lyath Goldmane is that he can simply do it himself. Tap that hero, and the crowd will boo the Vile Savant.
Yeah, and that Mocking Blow is threatening to come for more than 10, I think, for 11 damage after the boo.
It will be an additional +4 after that boo, and also a Might token for the next turn cycle.
Yeah, and then we can see the power of life, right? When he's jamming like attacks for 10 every single turn, and he can really pile up pretty quickly.
If you're just joining us, folks, through the magic of technology, these players are not sitting in the same room, which you probably figured out by the backgrounds in their player cams, but they're instead almost an entire world apart. Evan Bridges sits not but 50 feet away from me in Southern California of the United States. Anton Sid Mejias, however, is in London proper at Spellbound Games, but thanks to the modern era, we've been able to bring our 2 teams together with a little bit of movie magic.
The joy of technology, right?
The joy and folly, because unfortunately for Anton, for the holidays, he's got to sit across from the supervillain that is Evan Bridges.
Yeah, but let's see who's gonna get the last laugh. Anton's quite a banger as well. He's such a good. He usually plays Max and Assassin, so I think he's pretty comfortable in this position here, even though Guardians and especially Lyath can be like a pretty hard ask for Sleepy.
It's no disruption for Evan here, though. It's just the Mocking Blow and the boo to follow. So it's just damage for Evan Bridges here, and no real setup for the next turn either. So Anton probably feeling pretty good in this spot.
Yeah, even though this is big numbers, this is as comfortable as you can get against Lyath, I would say. No setup, no on hits, just big number. It can pile up really fast though, because Lyath sends 10 after 10 after 10. But if they're not threatening big numbers and not setting up the next turn, it's pretty much the position you would like to be in against this hero.
Finally, Evan Bridges draws blood from Anton, who's now down to 32. 32 plays 34. Anton on the affirmative, though, with a Savor Bloodshed in hand. I'm sorry, 2 Savor Bloodsheds in hand. Evan is not marked, though. Could make getting the card draws a little bit awkward for Mr. Sid Mejias. So you said Anton is the king of plans, ultimately, whenever you guys are traveling together internationally. Is he a food connoisseur? Is he always planning the restaurants that you guys are attending after events?
Yeah, mostly he plans like the sightseeing tour, and he gets everybody completely crazy because he plans things since 8 a.m. Like, he has like 12 things on his list for us to do, and we go out walking the entire city for like 10 hours. Usually if we see us tired in the event, it's because of Anton, because he made us walk like miles and miles the day before the Pro Tour.
Oh, that's fun, though. You got somebody to get you out of the house and out of your head in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. He is the Spanish conquistador. We make fun of him. We call him Columbus, even though Columbus was from Germany.
We'll see if he can
But yeah.
resolve a comandar y conquistar in order to cement himself as the Spanish legend.
Oh yeah, man.
I remembered, Felipe. I remembered.
Your favorite Brazilian card, Comandar and Conquistar.
9 damage on the combat chain here with this Hunter's Clave beefed up by 2 Savor Bloodsheds. I think what you should have told me to do, Felipe, is to drink every time Anton does a little wrist move. I don't know if he's got some carpal tunnel brewing there, but I've seen that way more than shrugs this game.
Yeah, he has done a lot of these. I've never realized he'd do a lot of that. Maybe he has some pain there. I don't know, man.
We're going to learn a lot about our compatriots on these teams. Evan Bridges blocking with the final copy of Fiddler's Green, and 2 actions. Could be activating Lyath before damage goes through. I believe reactions asked for from Anton.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward hand for Anton here because apparently he has no ways to mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what he has in an arsenal though. Maybe that can help out with that. He does have the new headpiece though.
Which is looking pretty sweet here. Prey Spotter is going to see Evan in their sights and convey a mark here. Evan blocking currently only for 5, can make it 7, which is still not enough to cover up the Hunter's Glaive in its entirety. It is an activation of Lyath Goldmane, another Might token generated from the Boo, but the mark does go through. No reactions. Evan takes 2 here, down to 32, and Anton going to get to draw 2 cards off of Savor Bloodsheds in a pair.
Yeah, and that's like a very good showcase for the power of this new headpiece for Sleepy, right? Because it's one of the best possible situations you could use that, and it shows how clutch it can be for Sleepy, drawing 2 cards out of 2 Savor the Bloodsheds and extending Sleepy's turn for even more damage here.
And he's doing perhaps a little bit of Marionette cosplay. It's 2 copies of Orbweaver Spinneret in the hand. So Anton, with the 1 floating, still even has the opportunity to play out the rest of this hand and leave the arsenal. Orbweaver Spinneret going to get a Graphene Calistera from the Ether for Anton. Now equipped in the right hand. Infect instead out of the arsenal is the choice. Anton going to save that second Orbweaver Spinneret for a rainy day. And Evan just blocks 1 on 6 here, but it offers much more than 6. The pox will be on Evan. Christmas disease is the way that Anton wants to proceed through this holiday show match. And also there's a little matter of a flick of the Graphene Calistera on top of it. So big damage against Evan Bridges, who has been taking a much more defensive posture than we've seen Lyaths on stream do.
Yeah, he's been blocking a lot. And it's pretty hard to do against Sleep with all the reactions. And Anton's been quite successful this turn in passing damage and drawing cards. I think it's been a very good turn cycle for Anton.
But that could all change in the blink of an eye. Anton Cid Mejias still has an action point remaining, so no, we're not going to save that Orbweaver Spinneret. Let's cash it in now and use that last resource floating for a swing of the Graphene Calistera. This one doesn't have go again, but that's A-okay with Anton because there's no action points remaining anyway. Another block of the Rampart of the Ram's Head gets Evan 1 life closer to victory, but he's down to 26 now and only with 1 card left in the hand. I can't wait for the shitty Xmas presents to show up. Where are they, Felipe?
Yeah, are you sure they put them in their decks? Because we haven't seen one so far. And Life is drawing 5 cards a turn, right? So
our teammates wouldn't be cheating in the holidays, would they?
Yeah, I don't know. Mine, I think not, but are yours?
Yeah, he probably is. Let's be completely real. I wouldn't put it past Evan.
Where are they? Where are these cards?
Either that or they're all going to show up at the same time, which is kind of going to brick one turn, but then brick the other in response. 3 cracked baubles are pretty nasty when they're all paired up in the same turn.
Yeah, can you imagine a hand of 3 shitty Christmas presents?
It spells doom for the opponent. Codex of Frailty resolved immediately for Anton, which results in a card discarded. Evan does not have to discard in kind. So Codex of Frailty not going super card positive like it normally does, but it gives Anton a Kiss of Death in the arsenal. which is coming in for 3 go again. No need to connect with a marked hero because this isn't the best assassin in the meta anymore. It's Arachne slipped through the cracks once again, which gives go again to this Kiss of Death automatically.
And now we remember why Sleepy is so hard to play against, right? Because you never know if they will have reactions or other attacks after the first one.
Evan does think that he's got the silver bullet in Liar's Charm. He was very excited in our team Discord when he realized that he could turn off go again, but he's already tried to do that once this game, and it failed miserably. Evan falls on his holiday face, but still is alive in this match for sure.
Yeah, especially like we can never count Lyeth off because drawing 5 cards a turn, he has a big comeback potential.
So Felipe, on teams in Flesh and Blood, players seem to like fulfill specific roles. Some players are the deck builders. Some players are the grinders who play the most matches possible. Hold that thought, because Truth of Trickery is out of the hand for Evan Bridges. He looks at the top card of his deck and will force Anton Sidmejias to say whether he's telling the truth or lying. If he guesses wrong about the color, which is blue, says Evan Bridges, then Anton will be forced to discard a card. This is some holiday magic here. It's not a shitty Christmas present, but man, is this going to be a lot of fun. Evan says it's blue. What do you think, Felipe?
Oh, man, I don't know. But by the way, I loved how Evan picked up the top card of his deck and brought it up very close to him to look. Like, and you usually do that because you don't want to give your opponent the chance to catch a glimpse out of it. But Anton is on the other side of the world. He would not catch a glimpse anyway. So it was really fun.
Evan then rubs his pockets, by the way. So I do wonder if that is the tell for a liar. I'm going to go ahead and say that because Evan rubbed his pockets, he does the shirt. He adjusted the shirt. Felipe, take a drink. I saw it. He pulled down the sweater.
Shit. Thank you, Evan. Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. 24 plays 32. Anton really in the blender about this decision. This is Christmas cheer. It is blue. We don't know what Anton said, though. It's a frowny face. I don't know if that's for Evan. I think that's for Evan. He's disappointed at the decision of Anton. So, no, apparently the pocket rub means that he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
Truth or Trickery, not looking great here. Before going live, Evan Bridges was asked by team captain Anthony Pham, have you been practicing your truth or trickeries, Evan? Apparently he didn't practice well enough.
Yeah.
Kiss of Death still represented here.
And such a swingy card, right? Because if you guess it right, the opponent has to discard a card, and it's such a huge advantage. The card value goes through the roof.
But right now, only blocking 2. Defense can't be fixed because it is not an action card, so it reduces from 3 down to 2 for the Lyeth Goldmane passive hero text.
Yeah, even if you activate Lyeth, it doesn't really change the defense value of Trickery, given that it's not an action, right?
Exactly. Spike with Blood Rot, paid for by a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter, free resource. Evan Bridges does activate Lyeth now, gets 1 point of extra value on defense. Which means that, yes, it is blocked out. And Evan, in a true villainous pose, plays Sigil of Solace in response to a Leave No Witnesses that was trying to remove the arsenal of the Vile Savant. So Evan, even though he was telling the truth, is able to perform a little bit of trickery on this turn cycle.
Oh, man, you stole my joke. I was about to say that.
All right, I'll take a drink for that. How about it?
Okay. And I think I got a little shrug after the sigil got revealed from Anton, so you can get another one. Yeah.
Oh, that is Noggy. That is Noggy.
I would join.
Okay, fair enough. Back up into it. Salute, my friend.
Salute. Cheers.
Okay, 4 damage comes through.
You were asking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before the Truth or Trickery, you were asking me about
yes. So players fulfill different roles on teams, right? What is Anton's role in Team Sigil, would you say?
Besides being the touristy planner of our team, he is the Mech and Assassin specialist. So he has a lot of experience playing mechs like Dash.io, Dash.ie, and Assassins. So he's usually like our assassin and mech expert. He's always brewing with mechs and assassins and trying new things, and he's the one we always defer to when we want to talk about everything mech and everything assassin.
21 plays
How about
32.
Evan in
Evan,
AGA?
yeah, what role does Evan fill? He's a best deck chaser, which is super helpful, I would say, when you're testing for a tier 4. So Evan is going to pick up unapologetically any deck, basically the last deck that won a calling, and say, I'm just going to play the best possible thing out there, which sometimes means that he is behind and chasing the tail, as Justin is alluding to with the card reader over there. But that is a really helpful role to be filled because you need to be constantly testing into the best deck. And Team AGE in general does not like to go with the grain. So we do need more folks to pilot the Cindras, the Slippies, etc.
Yeah, that's very interesting because I think I always see AGE members playing not like the common best decks, right? They always
Something
bring
weird.
some very interesting brews and something weird to the events, right? So.
That's the comfort zone for us, better or worse. Right now, Chris Iali just took down Calling Seattle, so showing that our strategy does work from time to time.
Nice.
Hunter's Clave coming at Evan, threatening a mark.
And I guess having this mix is always helpful because you have a little bit of like meta chasers and a little bit of brewers. So that's the sweet spot where you want to be like covering everything that the meta has to offer, right?
Exactly. It is a funny thing about Evan because he is a meta deck chaser, though. After Lexi LL'd his favorite deck and mine from our beginnings in Flesh and Blood, he immediately sold all of his Marvel Codexes of Frailty, and then Assassin got on the ride, so he immediately bought them all back again. I think he's at about 16 times of selling out of Codexes and back into them. So there are downsides to chasing the best deck, I will say.
Hey, financial downsides, right?
Evan insists that he is still at least breaking even or up. I don't know if I believe him.
Oh man, those Marvel Codexes probably skyrocketed after after that because Assassins became real meta.
So we do have members of both Team AGE and Team Sigil watching the action live, and I do hope everybody's giving each other a lot of crap about their play. Oh, and finally, Evan Bridges proves that he is not cheating on this Christmas show match. Shitty Xmas Present makes its first appearance here on the match floor, but it's in the pitch zone. Evan Bridges is an absolute coward and not resolving it, getting us on the board for the most presents given.
We should have banned those things from being pitched, man. Look at this.
Well, we have to give players the opportunity to give ballsy plays. And, you know, we do have that side bet going, AGE presence given versus Sigil presence given. So even in defeat, there is a possibility for teams to save some face by winning that side bet.
Oh. And we can see the amount of presents given in the downside, down right and down left corner of the stream, right?
So far, it's still 0-0. Horrors of the Past coming out of the hand of Anton Sid Mejia. So it's not Mark of the Black Widow threatened once, but twice here, thanks to that brand new card from the Slippy Armory deck.
Oh, that's nice. It's probably the best use of the new card Horrors of the Past, copying the ability of a Mark of the Black Widow to making Evan discard a card, banish a card.
No, and it's another shitty Xmas present. Anton takes us down a peg. There's only one present that Evan can give for the remainder of this game, so Team Sigil might be pulling ahead in the Secret Santa race.
Yeah, but like probably the best uses of shitty Christmas presents, pitched and banished.
I beg to differ, my friend, but we'll see how it all shakes out. Well, man, we are trying to take a drink of Christmas cheer here. We got to get some of these played.
Yeah. Man, I trust Anton was going to save us, man. He's going to play one of these. Evan doesn't have that many options right now. Only one more left in his deck, right? So.
Exactly. Arcanite Skullcap plus Truth or Trickery. Can Evan lie properly this time? We're looking for pocket rubs. We're looking for shirt pull downs.
Let's see.
Oh, there's no truth tell, at least if the last resolution is to be believed. It is blue. Is he telling the truth?
I think he's telling the truth again.
Okay, you drink if you're wrong.
Okay. What about you?
Evan calls it is blue and then checks his graveyard, perhaps telling Anton how many blues are in there.
Oh, nice.
Anton gives a wry smile. I think he's having as much fun answering this as Evan is playing it.
Yeah, it's such a nice mini game that this card provides to the players, right? It's a fun mini game to play.
Anton's in the tank again. Does Anton have a hard time telling when people are lying?
I don't know, man.
Hashtag live evil, says Evan. Live evil. The gang sign goes up, and Anton is forced to discard a card here. Finally, a Truth or Trickery goes Evan's way. Deep-rooted evil flashing up on the screen. And Evan, even after living evil, is punished big time by a Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, man. And Tarantula Toxin on Kiss of Death, the biggest punish of it all.
But Evan is punished a little bit less than you otherwise normally would because Truth or Trickery only blocking 2 here, so only shredded by 2.
Yeah, so he takes 6 here, 5 plus 1. And he's down to 11, getting pretty close to single digits now.
Ooh, but leave them hanging out of the hand. Anton is forced to intimidate the last card in hand. A curious thing, Evan did have the opportunity to play out Leave Them Hanging before Kiss of Death resolved, so could have ripped 2 cards out of the hand of Anton Sid Mejias. Ultimately, might have been the same thing, because you better believe that Anton would choose to keep the Tarantula Toxin. The randomness would have chosen for him, though.
Yeah.
Evan in a rough spot
I think
here.
if he played before, he would have had a chance to maybe hit the Tarantula Toxin. So might have been better if he played a little bit before. Oh, we see again a Bully Tactics here. But without all the setup before, it's just coming in for 2.
Just coming in for 2, and looks like it's not even buying a pitch card from Evan Bridges. Doesn't want to intimidate any of the cards out of Anton, which makes sense when you're only coming in for a teeny tiny 2. A block of Black Deck Whispers is honestly the worst outcome for Evan because it telegraphs that Anton might be wanting to use it on the next turn cycle. So Evan essentially gifting no shitty Xmas presents, but instead free value to his slippery opponent.
Yeah, now Anton has a 5-card hand with Tunic up, so...
And the first copy of shitty Xmas present. It's there, second from the left, Felipe. Get your glass ready, buddy. Come on, Anton. You know what to do.
Come on, Anton.
No
what
pitch
sigils are made of.
Don't even think about it.
Don't do that, Anton.
About 30 minutes
we have
elapsed
high
here.
hopes for you, my friend.
And we might finally get a cracked bauble on the top of the deck. He's considering all angles, but there's really only one here, folks. Resolve shitty Xmas present, or you're a coward.
Exactly. If he doesn't play this shitty Xmas present, I'm not going on his next field trip on the pro.
And Anton will be the worst for it. Okay, he's going to prolong the magic a little bit. Yeah. First, it's an infect out of the arsenal. 3 go again, coming at Evan Bridges, but this head jab is going to offer a little bit more Christmas cheer in the form of the pox on Evan. No blocks, says Evan Bridges. Reactions passed over to Anton, who has the option to flick a Hunter's Clave and also activate Take Up the Mantle on this stealth attack. But he remains stone cold and sober, unlike my co-caster and I. Bloodrot Pox is on Evan. Leave them hanging out of the hand.
Another leave them hanging.
Could be huge here if Evan can hit the right card, but fate will decide.
No, come on. Don't hit the shitty Christmas present.
Oh my God, can you imagine? I think he did. No. Oh.
No,
I think
no.
that's the shitty Xmas present.
Fuck.
If Anton
Let's see
didn't
what's
shuffle
going on
before the... No, we still have it in the hand. Thank goodness.
Ah, it's still there. Okay.
Which actually maybe
Come
that would
on,
have been better for us, Felipe, because then it would have been forced to be arsenaled.
Yeah, that's true. And he could have played it. Like, he would have to play it next turn. That's true. Yeah. And now he might just, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, Anton, please play it.
There we go.
He's thumbing a double trouble. He knows what he has to do. He just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. Don't be a coward. Come on.
It's
Make us
double
Sigils
trouble.
proud.
So we're at a crossroads here, folks. We really need this to connect with Evan Bridges' face so that Black Tech Whisperers will give go again so that Anton can play that shitty Xmas present.
Yeah, I think we will see the flick knives and the Black Tech Whispers.
No, he's flicking the
Activation.
Graphene Callista out. That might mean he's going to pitch it. So double trouble up to 5 here. Going to mill the top 2 cards of Evan's deck straight to the banish zone if it connects. Evan has an answer, though. Fyendal Spring Tunic activated here. Free resource generated. Maybe not.
So double trouble is coming in for 5. So we would go over a potential Oasis Respite or something.
Mm-hmm. So Evan takes the 5. Banishes the top 2 cards of the deck. Leave them hanging. And Macho Grande in the blue.
Ooh, banishing the 3rd living and hanging is very good because now you can play free of the threat of being hit by another living and hanging.
Anton rubbing his forehead because he knows he's got to resolve the shitty Xmas present. But the flesh and blood player
you can see the
just
struggle.
can't do it.
Yeah, you can see the struggle on Anton's face. He's like, "Oh man, I can't play this thing."
Come on, Anton, do the right thing, man. Don't live evil like Evan Bridges.
In Anton's defense, though, like it's really shitty to play against like a 5 intellect hero because he's gonna draw 4 other cards anyway. Like the cracked bubble is not as bad in life as it is in other heroes, but
yeah,
there
Anton
it is.
gets unresolved. Shitty Xmas present comes out of the hand of a Team Sigil member before Team AGE, and a cracked bauble goes on the top of the deck of Evan Bridges. Yeah, Anton knows he did the right thing.
Yeah.
There's a big smile on his face, and now a card in the arsenal after it comes back to the hand from Intimidation.
There you go. I knew we would be the first to give you guys a shitty Christmas present, man.
I trust in Anton. I don't trust in Evan Bridges whenever he's resolving a truth or trickery, though.
Oh, but there's a Command and Conquer coming out here.
Correction, a Comandar y Conquistar coming in for 7, which might seem really good, but it was reduced down by half and then rebuffed up by a Leave Them Hanging. So Evan essentially leaving 3 points of value on the table in the favor of this 2-cost attack. I think this is exactly why people like Jason Rolfe on your team are opting for these 0-cost attacks that don't get hampered nearly as much by Lyeth Goldmane.
Yeah, I think it's a different approach to the hero. It's time will tell which one, because life is still a very unexplored hero. I think there's still a lot of exploring to do and a lot of innovation to be had on deck building with him. So it's 2 different approaches to the capabilities and the strengths of the hero. So I'm eager to see how those 2 different approaches evolve.
Okay,
especially with possibly new cards from Compendium of Wraith coming in early next year, right?
I am changing my drinking game. I'm doing the wrist thing for Anton, which means that I'm 2 behind. So I'm going to just go a little bit deeper into the eggnog right now.
All right.
It's growing on me. I'm not going to lie. Evan up to 6 after an Oasis Respite. Blocks out the Blood Rot box, I think. Or no, Oasis Respite prevents
he
damage.
played the Oasis on the Blood Rot, yeah.
Can you? I don't think you can do that. Because Oasis prevents damage. Blood Rot causes loss of life, doesn't it? Or is it deal damage? I should know, but I don't.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh no, Blood Rot box deals 2
damage.
damage. How about that?
It deals 2 damage, yeah. So
This Christmas, I was
not only
given the
prevented
gift of
2
knowledge.
damage, and the gift of eggnog.
with a little bit of bourbon on the side. Meat Madness.
What are your plans for Christmas, my friend?
Oh my gosh, I'm going to stick around town and I'm going to do as little as humanly possible. I do have a little one at home, and so we're going to give him his first homebound Christmas. Normally we go to his grandparents, and it's a fun time, but the whole pack and play deal and him sleeping in places that he doesn't understand is too much for us to bear this year. Also means that I got my wife her first real Christmas tree, which has always been important to her family. But without a little one to share in the joy, we've always kind of defaulted to a cheap fake one. And the house smells really nice. I'm honestly coming around to the idea.
That's pretty cool.
How about you, man?
Yeah, I remember my time. Yeah, I'm good. Like Christmas in Brazil is a little different because it's summer here, but we have the same tradition. So we have like all the Christmassy things,
Yeah.
but they are more built for the cold, right? So yeah, it's pretty nice. We also have Christmas trees and everything else, but it's like not real ones here.
Yeah.
But it's pretty nice, yeah. But I remember my time when I used to live in the US. I would have some real Christmas trees as well. The smell was so good, man. Yeah, pretty cool.
Ew.
So I'll just stick around the home as well.
That'll be nice. Sorry, interrupting real quick because your teammate is committing a war crime and also twisting his wrist. So I'm going to take another sip of eggnog. And Evan Bridges could absolutely be dead here unless he has a rescue. It is an Oasis respite out of the arsenal. So blocking 2, now 6 on this 11. Not dead, but it's also an activation of Lyeth Goldmane, courtesy of the cracked bauble generated by Anton Sidmahius on the last turn cycle.
So now he's blocking 7, right?
Now he's blocking
blow
7.
Goes back up to 3, plus the 4 from Oasis, taking, I believe, 4.
Should be. Still alive is Evan Bridges. Perhaps not long for this world, though. Players just confirming the math. Math is harder to do on the holidays.
Yeah, and he had to pitch that cracked bubble that he got gifted by Anton's shitty Christmas present last turn.
Evan can't say that Evan can't say that Anton has never given him anything.
Exactly.
Oh, it's an activation of Liar's Charm again. Evan trying to sneak Anton out of an action point, but Anton's sitting on a defense reaction for the Arsenal anyway. Liar's Charm doing
I guess like
absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the piece of tech for this matchup is not really proving to be very powerful.
The teammates in the studio with me are laughing at Evan Bridges all the way out of the room because he was so excited to be using this against Slippy.
That's pretty funny.
Not gonna lie, man. As the response. Sure, it's coming in for 9, but there's a whole lot of life lead on your side of the board, my friend.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very difficult climb back into this game for Evan.
Evan looks down at the Liar's Charm when the sink below comes out of the arsenal.
Yeah.
Oh, Evan, you tried.
That little piece of backstory about the life shards makes it so much better.
So funny, right? I've got him. I've got him right where I want him. That card has been resolved for 0 value. Negative value, honestly, to Evan's mental. Probably on that first one.
And bro, to be fair, the cracked bubble actually did more because it pitched for 2 resources.
Man, Anton is now going to stunt on our team. He resolves Sink Below and then draws into another copy of shitty Xmas Present. So not only is he going to put Evan Bridges in the grave, he's also going to get a commanding lead on the presents given.
With Evan at only 2 life, maybe this will be the turn where Anton can close it out. But with the shitty Christmas present in hand, maybe we will still have a little bit of breathing room for Evan here.
You got to send that first, right? No, Anton!
No,
what are you doing?
Anton, come on!
That's the full-on sweaty play, too, converting it into a new card. That's the coward's way out if I've ever seen it. Boo this man. I don't care if he's reviled or not reviled.
Bro, come on.
That's probably the biggest
deserving to
misplay
be
we have seen
booed.
this game. It's way worse than the first Liar's Charm.
Exactly. And getting like to be booed more than a reviled hero is like such a shameful act, Anton. Everybody against you, even me.
It's another wrist twist for Anton Sid Mejias, which means that there's more eggnog in my tummy.
Bro, how many sips of eggnog have you had already?
Honestly, a lot now that I switched to the wrist thing. You picked the wrong tick, my friend.
Yeah. Bro, that wrist thing is, I've never noticed it before. Maybe.
You're never going to be able to
That's
unsee
crazy.
it
Yeah,
now.
he has been doing that. Yeah, I'm never going to see it.
To be fair, I completely picked wrong. Oh, no, there it was. It just happened. He just pulled his shirt down. Take a drink.
I saw. Cheers, Evan.
Ooh, Horse of the Past resolved here in the worst possible mode because there was no stealth attack that preceded it. So it's just 2 go again here. Unless Anton has some tricks up his sleeve. Nope. It is double trouble to follow. A new inclusion after the loss of Bonds of Agony.
I think he has something up his sleeve because he doesn't stop touching it, man.
A fair
What the
point.
hell's going on? And he did it again. I don't know if you noticed, but
I'm just
get some
drinking
more
at this
eggnog.
point. Down the gullet it goes.
I finished my beer as well.
Tarantula Toxin, Evan has one more thing to say before he goes into his grave. And yes, the fist bump is going to be extended there in virtual space. And it is Anton Sid Mejias who takes this one down. Round 1 goes to Team Sigil, both in presence given and also in the match itself. Evan Bridges, for shame, packs up and gets ready to be booted out of the studio and potentially off the team of AG.
I don't know what to tell you, man. We won the game. We won the sheer amount of Christmas presents given. So we are leading in both races right now.
Yeah, you're good at talking smack because you are way ahead right now. But there is more flesh and blood to be played, my friend. The best is yet to come, and maybe with a wrist twist here and there, Team AGE can turn the tide. Well, I don't know what we expected from that match, but we got something even better. More reasons to make fun of Evan Bridges, which is exactly what I wanted for Christmas.
Oh man, and you just gave me a very good one against Anton as well. Like this wrist thing. What's going on here? Next time I meet him, I'm not gonna shake his hand. I'm just
and also the
just
refusal to play the
my
second shitty Xmas present. He's got to be banished from the team for that one for sure.
Yeah, no. That one he's gonna be put on the fridge for that one. I mean, like, and he was up 16-2. Like, come on, give us the joy of seeing a second shitty Christmas present being played. Why pitch it? That was like
inexcusable moves
such a
on
psycho move. Inexcusable.
on both sides of the team, mind you. Let's see. So after the first round of the best of 5, Evan Bridges falls as the Lyeth Goldmane. Anton Sid Mejias takes this one down for the good guys if you're fans of Team Sigil, as I know you are, my friend. So there's still more flesh and blood to be played. Next up is going to be Colin Erickson on Vincent versus Kieran Lee on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. Both of these decks are not in the top 7, at least as far as we're concerned, so they are in contention here. But what is also in contention is 3 shitty Xmas presents. So, Felipe, I encourage you to watch the stream, but our time has come to a close. It's time to usher in a new member of Team AGE into the booth and also a new member of Team Sigil into the booth. And we get to continue this holiday festivities. And Felipe, if the good people in Radioland want more of you, where can they find you before we let you go?
Yeah, I'm on X at Felipe underscore LC, and you can hit me up there. We can have some chat. And what about you, Bryce?
I'm also on X, and I'm also on Blue Sky. Handles for X, oh my gosh, are Bryce Platts AGE, and I think just Bryce Platts on Blue Sky. Bottom line, I'm out there. If you want to find me more easily, though, you can always find me at the Arcane Games and Events YouTube channel, which is where you're watching this holiday show match right here and now. Let's go ahead and proceed to a break, and we'll be back with more Christmas cheer, more cracked baubles, and, of course, more flesh and blood after this.
Hi, welcome back to the stream. Next up, we got Kieran Lee versus Colin Erickson. So I'm Michael Mattello, and this is my co-host Josh. So I'm representing Team Sigil, and the player for Team Sigil is Kieran Lee. Now, just to give you some background about Kieran's usually a big wizard enjoyer. He just top 8 recently, calling Valencia with Oscilio, but he decided to bring Florian today. So I haven't actually seen his deck list yet, so I'm going to be pretty interested to see how he's making use of the shitty Xmas Presents. I think I have some idea. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. We got a Runeblade mirror up, so Runeblades are pretty well known for playing generating action points, so I'm sure they're not going to have too hard a time playing them out.
Yeah, I fully expect this to be a lot of runechant degeneracy going on. Colin Erickson is representing Team AGE. He's usually a warrior connoisseur. He's been playing mostly Kasai. However, for Worlds and recently, he decided not to play Kasai anymore, despite the entire team deciding to start playing it. He's like, no, I'm playing Gravy. No, that's his life. Yeah, I have an idea as well of what Colin is running in his deck list. It's gonna be some goofy stuff. I think he's just trying to have a good time. I heard that maybe there's gonna be some creepers with shitty Xmas Christmas presents going on, and yeah, I expect it to be a fun time.
Yeah, also a lot of eloquence tokens, probably, I imagine, as well.
Yeah. Anyway, do we want to get down to see our players down in the feature match area? Colin Erickson on Vincent Iron Maiden and Kieran Lee on Florian Rotred Harbinger, which, by the way, shout out to the power of technology and this setup, making it feel like they are in the same spot. The playmats truly, with the magic of technology, is like, it looks like they're in the same place. They look perfectly aligned. And it looks like they're just talking to each other, having a great time. It's fantastic.
Yeah, big props to the guys who set up the stream. You can't even tell. All right, so it looks like we're getting right into the game right now. So I believe Kieran's on the play. Yes, that's what it looks like.
All right, it's gonna be interesting to see because we are playing with the new CC rules. So there are no. I'm blanking on the D-React now. The new
Rootbound Carapace.
D-React decompose. Yes, Rootbound Carapace is gone. So it's harder for like mid-range Florian to be a thing. But I think it may end up being a little more aggressive. And
Yeah.
honestly, the main thing we're here for is Christmas presents. That's the main thing we're here for.
The Vincent deck actually looks quite aggressive based off the equipment loadout. They have an Ether, Ironweave, and Ebonfold. Both of those are kind of looking to generate huge spike turns. Oh, we got 2 holidays represented right now. We got the good old Jack-o'-lantern.
I did not realize that this would be
We're not gonna fucking.
a part of it. No, he banished a Christmas present. No,
Oh no.
Colin. The Halloween taking away the Christmas spirit. Yeah, it looks like Colin's
Yeah,
just
so-
making a bunch of enchants and passing.
Yeah, a classic Vincent turn 0 play. Looks like Kieran's got a 4 red hand again, actually, I think. So quite unfortunate he drew 2 4 red hands in a row. And luckily one of them was turn 0, but
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting to see how he decides to convert this one. I don't think he has enough fodder to decompose now, so.
No, I think he just
potentially
has
just
the Arcane Seeds.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, he has then he only has 2 engraved though, right?
Yeah. Or maybe just the 1, because I think he just pitched a grasp and played the Arcane Seeds.
Yeah. Okay. And there's gonna be no life gain because of the Reaping Blade, of course.
Is that a Ravenous Rabble he has in his arsenal? Is he
Yeah.
just playing Redline? Oh, and a Nibblesome on top. Okay, so he's just cosplaying Earthbriar, I think is what he's doing.
I expect to see a lot of Vapor Scenes actually today. Vapor Scene is probably the best D react in this format
Yeah.
just because you can bottom the crack baubles.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, and it's going to be likely just 4 go again into Regan Blade, I imagine. And probably Arsenal the... Yep. He's probably going to Arsenal the Felony of the Crown, I imagine.
Yep.
Because if he's drawing like this, he's probably not going to be able to play the Channel Mount to be draws 4 reds again.
Yeah, especially since he just saw a Nimblism on top. He's very much not expecting to get this channel to stick around. Just play some like value mid-range turn probably. Notably, Colin on his first turn banished a Tome of Torment on his first turn, which notably has to have an action point generated for it, or that is just your whole turn. So interesting to see if that's just what he's going to use his Eloquence token on when he finally gets one.
Oh, another Jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, it's Blood Tribute doing some opting. Another way to get rid of the crack baubles, I guess.
And then you can banish the top card of your deck. This is an old card from Monarch. Oh, we got a coal off of it. And another Jack-o'-lantern and hitting a blue for Vile. Is that Vile Inquisition?
Oh yeah, it looks like Colin's
An
playing a
energy
very
potion.
very setup heavy Vincent build. So
Yeah.
I imagine we're gonna see not a whole bunch of attacks from Colin until he's ready to take a big chunk out of Kieran's life.
Very interesting that the strategy here from Colin is in fact just set up the big turn and don't attack into Florian, even though the rebound carapaces are no longer a thing.
Yeah, it looks like Kieran actually did Arsenal the Channel Mount heroic because I don't see it in his hand, and he drew 4 reds again. So oh no, he drew a yellow this time.
Yeah. But he, I think, is
unfortunately,
only...
he's not playing out the shitty Xmas Present.
What the heck?
See, unlike Colin, he is not following any holidays right now.
Colin is following the wrong holiday, is what he's doing. He's just playing...
That is true.
Get the Earth card on bottom. And just a setup turn in response to the setup turn, I guess. We're not here to actually hit each other. We're here to apparently play auras and swing weapons and pass.
Now, I've been told that Kieran does indeed have blues in his deck. They get to make an appearance, but I'm sure they're there somewhere.
I see Kieran has the fabled tech that I heard about, Promise of Plenty, where you play the Promise of Plenty and then you creepers in the shitty Christmas present, and then you just brick the other player's arsenal. The tech has arrived. Will he actually get to pull it off though?
Yeah, there's another setup turn for the Vincent player again.
Got a Riftbind, Jack-o'-lantern, getting some setup. This is where I see Colin is doing the OTK Riftbind, where eventually the Riftbinds can, in theory, kill you. It's just, do you die before you get the Riftbind combo off?
Yeah. Oh, does he have any blood debt right now?
He has a lot of blood debt, I believe.
Yeah, he does have a lot of blood debt.
He has like 5, I think, at least.
Oh yeah, it's quite a few. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, the Cull, the Funeral Moon, Earthbinds. Oh yeah.
5. All right, Colin, you've got like one more turn to set up, and then you're just gonna die to your own blood debt. Another. I'm starting not to believe you that Kieran has blues in his deck because he can only draw reds so far.
Yeah, I suspect we're gonna see good old 3-card A from. Oh, he's pitching the Cadaverous Tilling. Okay.
Showing the titanium bauble. That is a blue that can be in your deck. Kieran would like one of those in his deck. Honestly, he might
Honestly,
even take a shitty Christmas present as well
yeah.
to have some
At
pitch.
this point, he probably would have been happier if his opponent gave him a cracked bauble than when he's been drawing.
Got Swarming Gloomveil. 6 go again. This game going very quickly because Colin is helping us along.
Well, Colin's following the Spirit of the Holidays very well, I would say. He's giving his opponent the gift of a lot of free damage.
Yes. He may be playing cards from the wrong holiday, but at least he has the holiday spirit going on.
But you see Razor Reflex being played. Now, unfortunately, that's not on the Promise of Plenty like we were talking about earlier. Because that can be very funny when you get the cracked bauble in the arsenal.
Yep.
But looks like he is hitting and he is getting Go Again on an attack that already has Go Again. It's not the best use of that card, but yeah. Is that another 4? Oh no, we draw blue finally. The first blue of the game, and I think something like 16 cards.
Yep, finally. But no shitty Christmas present to go with his Promise of Plenty. Also, I believe this channel should be okay.
It looks like Colin's taking quite a bit of time to think right now. He's probably thinking about if he wants to go off or not. I imagine he probably has to go off this turn, would be my guess, just because he's taking, I think, like 5 or 6 damage from. Oh no, is he just setting up again?
I think he only has the. Yeah, I think he only had the one card in his hand. So this next turn he has to go off for sure. But we'll see if he can actually live. Because Kieran has an actually good Channel Mount Heroic turn this time. With Channel Mount Heroic into Promise of Plenty or Rune Rager Swarm. A Razor Reflex on top
he actually
of it
can go pretty wide in this turn.
Yeah. This is not looking great for Mr. Colin Erickson and Team AG.
Yeah, I will say there is a chance that this Promise of Plenty actually helps out Colin.
The AG boys are falling apart. Maybe went a little too hard on the eggnog this morning in their deck preps. Kieran actually just gonna play this Tome of Harvest? Or debating doing it?
Well, Tome of Harvest would be more in the holiday spirit. A little bit.
It'd also be a nice way for us to get more than like another 3 minutes out of this game with the way Colin is killing himself.
Yeah.
And he is gonna pitch his whole hand away to play the Tome of Harvest. Redraw is not great. It's just a CNC, pretty much. And I'm guessing Kieran kind of just wants to see what happens, I think, is what he wants to do. Is what he's got going on here.
He's probably curious, just like we are, as to what Colin's cooking up right now.
All right, Colin, let's see what you can do with, like, I think he's at, like, 8 cards in his blood debt. 8 or 9 cards. A couple of E-Pots. It's basically got 6 free resources on the board right now, so
It's like Kano never left us.
yeah, Colin, I think he missed the memo that Kano was gone, which means E-Pot is also gone because nobody wants to play that card anymore, right? Also can effectively... I think he can draw like 3 cards because he has 2 tomes and he has an ebb and fold. He can get these Riftbind to be pretty big.
Yeah, it's just a question of how much action point generation he's gonna have because while he does have a lot of E-Pots, he does not have time snap potions out right now.
Yeah.
Of course, he does have Spellbound Creepers and Grimoire.
Yeah, I think usually
Oh.
what happens with this build is the way the Eloquence tokens works with the Requiems and the Funeral Moons is you just can generate like 3 or 4 action points.
Yeah,
Because
he has
everything was
it's
because
instant.
everything
Yeah.
sees the everything sees the same 1 Eloquence token. Jack-o'-lantern hitting a off-color Jack-o'-lantern, so did not generate an additional rune chant. He's got the damage dice to represent how many non-attacks he's played for his Riftbinds. Kieran did draw another shitty Xmas Present. I don't think he's going to get to play it, though.
So it seems like Colin was playing a Storm deck all along, essentially.
Effectively, yes. Yep. Eloquence token pops, Vincent triggers, stack it so the Vincent trigger pays the life. And because the Eloquence trigger still exists, you can play the instant speed cards. They'll all have go again. And then they all resolve and you just generate. Looks like he'll have 4 action points total, I believe.
Is it 4 or 5? Because he
Because the Eloquence is on the tome, so it's 1, and then 3 instants. So yeah, I believe it's 4.
it's okay. Yeah, 4. And he is generating another Eloquence token from the Requiem.
Yep. All right. Surely it's a good top deck. So Riftbinds are currently +5. He still has 4 resources effectively on board between the Iron Weave and the Energy Potion, but 2 of it is still locked behind one of the Riftbinds, or actually playing one of the Riftbinds.
Up to 5 action points now.
Yep. Get the Ebb and Fold to get another card and banish and draw a card.
I think he just banished another Riftbind if I saw
Yeah,
correctly.
I believe so. I think he has 4 Riftbinds in banish now. Another Jack.
Okay, another Riftbind.
I think that's 5.
I think that's 5 now. Yeah.
And there's still a Seeds, a Vile Inquisition. Okay, looks like there's 4 Riftbinds. He has another Seed, so that's +7 to each of them. So 7, 14, 28 damage.
Yeah.
Plus...
He does also have a Vile Inquisition, which could hit something useful.
Oh, yes. He's still like 3 like armor blocks as well. I think he's still
another
like 10 damage
Riftbind. There we
short.
go.
Okay, all right. That is plus like 10 damage, I think, effectively. So he's very close to actually killing him. We might be close to out of action points.
Maybe Kieran's gonna wish he arsenal that Everbloom life for the 1 life.
Yeah, maybe. Plays the seeds. So everything's at plus. All the refines are plus 10.
He's pitching it. That's no good. You have to play the card.
What the heck?
All right. I guess Colin's Holiday Spirit seems to have run a little bit as well.
I think he wanted to play in the wrong holiday because he only played like 6 jack-o'-lanterns. Right, so this refined is for 13.
Yeah, I'd be
With
very
11
surprised
rune chains?
if
Oh, I
Kieran
completely
survived
forgot
this
about
turn.
the
It's
rune
looking like
chains. Yeah. He still has a non-attack. He must have like a seeds or something in his hand to get 1 more action point, or something with go again in his hand.
he
Still.
does have creepers as well. But yes,
Yeah.
you would need a non-attack.
I think he's played like 10 he's played like 10 non-attacks this turn. So
Yeah.
he
He,
if he has something with go again, this is so he's played 10, 11. These rift binds are all plus 11 in theory. So this is still like 40, close to 50 damage behind this 1 rift bind that's just for 13. Casual 13 on the first rift bind.
yeah, it's just like this first refine is basically a good Lyeth attack. And then we got 4 more coming up.
One good Lyeth attack that we saw last game, after like 4 turns. And even then, I don't think in the game with Evan, he even got to play an attack for over 10. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I mean, why do 1 attack for 13 when you can do 5?
Yeah. Lyeth could learn something from this.
Okay, we are seeing creepers activated. So we can play the final refine off the action point.
Yep, and then he has exactly 4 resources off of the Iron Weave and the E-Pot, so he can action points. Kieran, I believe, is activating his own creepers to play shitty Christmas present.
It actually would have been quite funny if he, I guess he couldn't have activated it then, but if he could have put the bauble on top of his head when he tried to do Vile Inquisition.
Oh, true. Sadly, he would have had to have blocked by then, though.
Yeah. So unfortunately, he couldn't have done it, but it would have been pretty funny.
I do believe Colin will be taking this game. However, in the spirit of Christmas, Kieran Lee and Sigil have given 2 presents. So who's really the winner here when we're not able to even play our shitty Christmas presents? We either banish or pitch them.
It seems like Colin, though, is proving that Halloween is in fact the better holiday.
That you guys can debate yourselves in the chat on which is the better holiday, Christmas or Halloween. As all of these rift binds, just an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, nice fist bump through the screen there.
Oh,
A little bit delayed, but
man, they
got the
gotta
message
try
across.
and be able to sync it up next time. Man, what a game. Kieran only drawing reds for the entire game pretty much. And then Colin being graciously gifted by Kieran another bauble and being graciously gifted the turn to actually OTK combo kill Kieran.
Well, I think Kieran, like all of us, was curious to see what Colin was cooking up there, and I don't think Colin disappointed.
No, it's honestly, it was always funny watching that deck run around with the OTK combo, being like, ah, yes, you can in theory OTK. However, you do end up killing yourself most of the time before you get to do it. In the spirit of Christmas, Team Sigil wins in our hearts, even though Team AG wins the match.
Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. 2 baubles is in fact more than 1, or more than none. I mean.
2 baubles is greater than 0. That'll be it for us. Thank you everybody so much for stopping by. Michael, where can we find you on social media or any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, it's my Twitter handle is under my name there, Metal Sonnet. Also follow Team Sigil on Twitter as well. Yeah, nice casting with you, Josh.
Yeah, it was good meeting you just before the event, and great to watch the game with you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy.
Good morning, good evening, and good night, everyone, to take a page out of my favorite caster, Scott Mine's book. My name is Shamir Sami, and I am coming to you live from Spellbound Games, the sponsor of Team Sigil, where we are halfway through, or about to be halfway through, our show match against the wonderful Team AGE. I'm joined by Jonah Overholt, who's going to be casting this game alongside me. Jonah, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I'm happy to be here. One of my favorite things to do is play Fab, and casting is a close second. So I'm excited and ready for more games.
We absolutely love to hear that. And quite some interesting games we have had so far, folks. In case you weren't aware, we are in the spirit of Christmas here at this show match, which means every single one of these decks is featuring 3 shitty Xmas presents. We have a shitty Xmas present tally going over the course of the game, and we have some festive little games lined up over the course of these matches. A quick review of what we've seen so far. Anton Sid Mejias playing against Evan Bridges, taking the game and managing to generate 1 present over Evan's 0, has Team Sigil off to a good start, but Colin clawed it back with an absolutely ridiculous combo turn from Vincent in the last game. If you did not get a chance to watch that match, be sure to go back and have a look. We were looking at an over 50 damage turn by Vincent. I've never seen such a thing in my life. With Kieran Lee completely hapless, completely helpless in the face of such damage, but managing to create just 1 valuable shitty Christmas present for Colin on the way out, which means Team Sigil is up to 2 presents, while Arcane Games and Events is up to 0. But I suspect that might be changing in this game. Jonah, what can you tell me about what we've got next?
So we got a pretty exciting matchup. Jarl versus Tough Nut, and I think there's a little bit of debate here about which hero is going to come out on top. Even though Anthony is my beloved team member, I am definitely rooting for Tough Nut. I'm a Brute guy, and I think Tough Nut he's got what it takes to take this game down. So. As far as deck lists or strategies, I'm not really sure. I wanted everything to kind of be a surprise for me and the show. So we're all going to learn together.
Indeed. I've heard a little whisper about what Anthony Pham is going to be doing, and I'll put it this way. Team Sigil might not be in the lead for shitty Christmas presents made so far by the end of this match. However, if anybody's going to be able to pilot their way against a Jarl Betraythee, it is none other than Jason Rolfe, who is playing the Tough Nut side. I'm really thrilled to see what we're going to be doing. Jonah, it's the spirit of giving. Our players are going to be giving presents to each other, and we're going to be making merry. How are we making merry over the course of this match? What are you? What's your? You got a trigger for getting a little twisty?
Yeah. So in the spirit of live evil, we are going to be taking a small sips, every time somebody swings a weapon.
Oh boy.
I hope you got a couple. I see you got 3 of them lined up there. That's good, because we're probably drinking all of them. For anybody who was disappointed that the last match happened so fast, I promise you we will make it up this game.
Settle in, folks. We got a long one coming. And I, in the spirit of seeing exactly what Anthony Pham has managed to cook up with this Jarl deck, will be taking a drink whenever a shitty Christmas present is made or when a cracked bauble is pitched by either player. It is going to be a long game. Settle in, folks, but I think it's about time that we got started. So let's get this shindig started and make our way down to the players' area. Got Jason Rolfe on Tough Nut, Bumbling Holster against Anthony Pham on Jarl Betraythee. It is going to be a battle of the big boys. Massive attacks, massive blocks, a little bit of ice, a little bit of bumbling around. Let's see how it all shakes out.
I'm so happy that there's so many Santa hats. I was thinking I was going to be the only one, but I feel like we're at like 50% or something here.
We're doing pretty well. I gotta say, over in the studio here for us, we have one Christmas hat to share around, unfortunately. But in the spirit of giving, we are certainly sharing it around, and all of our players will be wearing it, including Jason Rolfe, who just about manages to fit around his head by the looks of it.
Hey, sharing is caring. Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. Looking at the equipment side of this, I mean, have we got any surprises going on here? I see one thing happening on Anthony's side, which is a little bit unusual for Jarl Betraythee. What is going on with those Mage Master Boots?
That is a good question. I have no idea what he is cooking up over there. Also kind of interesting to me, but this is just because I enjoy it. Tough Nut is using the Romping Club. I was expecting a rock. I'm a rock gamer.
Indeed, you know, I heard from Jason that he made some last-minute adjustments to this deck last night. He said he'd be surprised if he could take the game, and I look forward to hazing him if he doesn't manage to do it, or cheering him on incredibly if he does manage to. But let's see what's going to be happening. And we already have our first present played, which means for me it is time to crack one of these open and take the first sip.
Cheers.
Cheers to that. Team Sigil up to 3 presents given so far, but again, let's just see how much Anthony Pham can manage to change up. We have our first Everbloom Life played, which I think might be a really, really critical card. In fact, just played for the life side by the looks of it as Anthony goes into his turn.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of Whisper of the Oracles, maybe a little bit of filtering. As you were saying, you heard that it was a spicy list, and we see the Mage Master boots. So let's see what Anthony cooks up over here.
It looks like there was both of those to the bottom. So we are digging for something in particular. There was a weapon swing, and it's a weapon swing.
There we go.
So that's one for each of us, sir. Cheers to
Oh
that.
my gosh.
Sledge of Anvilheim, the absolute Guardian classic. 6 whole damage for weapon swing, but at the cost of 4 resources, it is not cheap. In this case, that bauble will happily pay for part of the toll, coming in for 6 damage against Tough Nut, who has 1 toughness in play to try and weather the storm a little bit. Jason, considering his options here, obviously blocking with 3 intellect is a really, really critical thing to be thinking about. All of your cards matter so much more when you're going to be pitching a random card off the top of the deck at some point in your turn, likely on your own turn to try and swing that club. But in the event you pitch red, what are you going to be doing?
Unless Tunic is up, I think you're going to be passing the turn. When I was working with Tough Nut a little bit, I want to say I was on like maybe 6 reds. With the club and Tunic, it might be a little bit different. So I'm kind of excited to see what Jason cooked up over here. Tough Nut activated ability. He hits the blue 6, makes a toughness token.
Fantastic to see from Jason's side, which means he also gets to activate the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, which means this club, if it's going to be coming in, is coming in for 1 more damage. But instead, we are sending something out of the arsenal, and I'm not even sure if I can tell what that card is. I'm going to see if I can get real close on it.
I believe it's the one, yeah, the makes toughness. Yep. So a lot of block value on this next turn. And I think this is just part of Tough Nut's game. You know, it's what he does best. So I hope that Anthony's got a plan. But I have a feeling that Tough Nut's going to take this game.
That is the one. That is a card that I have not seen played in a very, very long time. But it makes a lot of sense here to be able to just kind of weather out those sledge swings. In this case, though, those 4 toughnesses are looking a little sad in the face of a Crumble to Eternity, putting a minus counter on the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. It looks like Anthony is trying to get rid of Jason's long-term value engine in this game.
Yeah, Jason's got to have a plan for when Anthony takes a turn off to set up or deny him the value of his deck that is toughness tokens.
Indeed, it is yet another blue 6 off the top, a wind up the crowd pitched by Tough Nut's activated ability, meaning we have plenty of resources to work with and, well, what is a full grip for Tough Nut. It's going to be really interesting to see what comes of this. It looks like we're starting with the crowd goes wild, which costs a grand total of 0 resources because we have been cheered this turn, coming in for 7 thanks to the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. With 2 floating, seems a little suspicious to me. I got a feeling that something a little favorite of Brutes and Guardians alike might be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, 2 floating with 3 cards in hand. Nothing suspicious here.
Jason cold as ice. But there goes the pummel, and it looks like it is a blue pummel coming in. That is the real. Oh, look at that glare, Anthony. A blue pummel in this day and age. But here we are. It looks like Jason is trying to really, take out every inch of value discard that he possibly can in this game, including using a blue pummel off the top. But it's paid off for him here. We're chipping that damage through.
Oh, here we go. The first age shitty Xmas present. We are on the board, ladies and gentlemen. We were getting smoked before. I hope we can really bring it back and resolve a couple more of these.
Indeed. I believe that, courtesy of a card like Everbloom Life, we might be seeing a couple more of these shitty Christmas presents re-enter the deck. But let's see, one of them has already hit the graveyard, so it could be that Anthony has other plans in mind, given how aggressive Jason has managed to start this game out at.
You are totally in the spirit mindset here. Play Everbloom Life, get back shitty Xmas present. That's great.
That's the spirit of giving, but it looks like we started with a tough nut activation, pitching that bauble off the top, which means it's a drink for me, folks. Going into a swing big, the old Brute Classic, coming in for a whole 8 damage for just 2 resources, with the slight downside of offering your opponent a Quicken token if it's blocked out fully. Now, normally Guardians might kind of struggle to leverage this, but there's a little note about Sledge of Anvilheim, which some players might not be aware of. Jonah, are you aware that Sledge of Anvilheim does not say once per turn action attack?
It does not. So there is a potential upside here for Anthony if he can capitalize on the swing big. And it looks like he does, I believe.
Got the full block there, blocking for 2 with the Arcanite Skullcap, 2 with the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, and finishing off blocking a full 8 with the Sink Below to boot. Although it looks like this Quicken is getting used immediately, courtesy of an Enlightened Strike, with the mode being draw a card. Coming in for 5 with Go Again. Anthony's got a little bit of aggressive chops in there when he wants to, by the looks of it.
This is one of my favorite cards that Brute has access to now. Vigorous Smash Up. It does look like we lost the clash on the Brute side, unfortunately, but have the ability to block out and create Vigor tokens and then send 1 card 8s or 1 card 6s on your turn is so strong.
Absolutely. Vigor tokens are really, really powerful. Although in this case, I suspect Anthony might be able to leverage them very strongly as well. Remember that Sledge of Anvilheim normally is a little inconvenient to cast when it's coming in, when it costs you 4. But with the help of a Vigor token, that's just a single blue pitch plus 1 more for 6 whole damage, not costing you a single card. So I suspect that Vigor is really going to come back. That lots of that clash is really going to come back to haunt Jason. Let's see how we do as we go on. This is another means of recurring those shitty Christmas presents, which we kind of didn't highlight earlier. Cadaverous Contraband. Hands up if you've seen this card Deconstructed play before. It is a 2 for 6 attack, which when it hits is going to let you recur a non-attack action card from your graveyard to the top of your deck. Well, why not put another shitty Christmas present there, my friends?
That is absolutely, I think, the thought behind that card. All right, Tough Nut ability. We hit. Is that a yellow? There we go. All right, that's
yellow pummel, which means Jason might be working with the full set of 9 pummels in that deck, but it means he can conveniently swing his club for 4, answered immediately by a Shelter from the Storm played by Anthony. He is eager to send that card, which we know is in his hand at this point, I think, which is a Mangle, that kind of pseudo specialization by Jarl.
That was a weapon swing, so I'm going to be taking a drink.
Oh, that's a good shout. Although it looks like we are not mangling today. We are sending yet another Cadaverous Contraband. We really want these presents back so we can give them again, of course.
The gift that just keeps on giving.
It certainly does. That is the way that Anthony Pham is thinking about Christmas these days, while Jason is saying, I appreciate the gift, but this time I'm going to politely decline. Let's see. We have another clash coming up. Looks
neither
like neither players managed to win that clash because we have a non-attack action and a block card on top, with Jason choosing to sink that block card, not interested in seeing it just yet. Maybe preparing him, though, for a very, very long game indeed, with the ability to kind of recur that block card from his graveyard, but only if he has been cheered this turn.
And you might be right there. We've seen all colors of the rainbow for Pummel. And not a bad idea, right? If your opponent takes a turn off, like we saw earlier, to try to kind of set up and deny toughness value, being able to strip cards out of your opponent's hand is a good answer to have.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going back to the old days of Fab deck building, back when putting Rainbow Pummel in your Brute or Guardian deck list was, a pretty excusable game plan. I think these days you might raise an eyebrow here and there. I'm certainly raising an eyebrow at Jason's deck list, but in the spirit of Christmas, we will see what miracles will behold both of our players with the brews they've been cooking up.
Back over to Anthony.
Looking like a simple game plan of paying for an imposing visage with cost equal to 0. There's very few 0-cost auras that Anthony could be fetching here, but I suspect it's going to be the old Jarl specialization, Crumble to Eternity, to place yet another minus counter on a piece of equipment. Where do you think this one's going?
I would say the boots. Oh, tunic. That's an interesting call.
Indeed. It looks like Anthony is trying to just work all of Jason's value engines to the bone, waiting for a Frozen to Death or a Mangle to destroy one or even both, eventually, of these two equipment. Jason once again left with a full grip, seeing if you can find a way to leverage all these cards, and kicking off with a pretty good way to start. A Buck Wild coming in for, I think that is 6 with Go Again, courtesy of pitching a Wind Up the Crowd.
Both players playing relatively defensive. Life totals are near full. 38 plays 38. I think Anthony is about to take a little bit here off of the Buck Wild.
Indeed. For the
Let's
first
see.
time, maybe suggesting he actually wants to keep some cards in hand for a powerful play.
There is a shitty Xmas Present in the pitch. Sending a show of strength for 8.
And with a block of that Command and Conquer on the Show of Strength, it takes the Show of Strength down to 7, meaning Anthony is only taking 1 damage at the end of this and gets to keep 1 card in hand. With the Tunic up, I suspect that means we might be seeing the good old Sledge for 6 as we go into this next turn.
This matchup is all about value, but here Anthony plays out another shitty Xmas Present, keeping us in the game. That is 2-3 with Team Sigil in the lead.
Anthony is a man on a mission. He is the Santa Claus of your team. He is here to give presents to all the boys and girls, certainly to Jason Rolfe. And we'll see. I guess he's deemed Jason particularly nice this holiday season, given the number of gifts he's handed out 2 so far, and aiming to hand out so many more over the course of this game. Jason thinking with a full grip once again. What might... And it looks like we are pitching a cracked bauble, which means that's a drink for me. Following up with a Crowd Goes Wild, the full cost for 3, unfortunately, as he has not been cheered this turn. But it does mean we are just coming in for a 6 power attack, hoping to strip some cards out of Anthony's deck, or maybe even leak some damage through if Anthony has grander plans for this turn.
Yeah, I thought I knew what both heroes were planning to do in this matchup, and they, in the spirit of giving, are keeping me on my toes here. Coming in with a Righteous Cleansing for 10. If Righteous Cleansing deals 4 or more damage to a hero, look at the top 5 cards, banish 1 or more cards with the same name from among them, put the rest on top of their deck in any order. Not a bad on-hit effect into Tough Nut here.
Absolutely. Just trying to strip more and more cards away. Sorry, Jonah, carry on.
No, I can't imagine Jason is going to let this effect resolve. He's putting 2 cards down in front, and he's going to be making a couple of Vigors, which is... These cards are so good. Energetic Impact, Vigorous Smash Up. Again, this is just a matchup of value.
Absolutely. Jason truly choosing to respect that crush effect of Righteous Cleansing, saying, you know what? I am not going to allow you to strip so many cards from my deck and deal a bunch of damage to boot. And in doing so, he's getting the chance to make these Vigor tokens, but offers 1 back, given that... in fact, we had a tie on that Clash, apologies. So no Vigors given out nor received courtesy of the Vigorous Smash Up, but certainly 1 generated for the Energetic impact. You know what seems like a cruel thing that Anthony could be doing with that righteous cleansing? He could be giving all those presents, and then at the last second, he could be taking them all away in one fell swoop when he sees 5 of them on top of the deck. That would be a truly heinous thought. That's the Grinch stealing Christmas right there.
That is, he would be. He's cosplaying Santa just to turn around and be the Grinch.
Pitching a copy of the Crowds Goes Wild. It's been a little while since we've seen a toughness token generated by Toughnut, but in this case, we get to generate that toughness, activate the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, and follow up with either a Swing of the Club or perhaps that card in Arsenal, which has been sitting there awful long time.
I got a peek. It was a CNC.
I did get a little peek at that one, but it looks like
And
Jason
there's
to wait a little bit longer on that Command and Conquer, recognizing that actually it's really important to be able to line that up with one of those evasive damage effects like a pummel. I mean, it's a tale as old as time, Command and Conquer and pummel. Maybe not the most giving in the spirit of Christmas, but certainly a strong play in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Jason was more concerned with giving me another drink swinging his weapon. So I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you.
Absolutely. It looks like at this rate you might be out drinking me. So 07 to you, sir. Good best of luck with the remainder of your night.
Just a preemptive good night here, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like we're coming in for just 7 with this Oak and Old. One of these kind of potential power cards for our Earth and Ice Elemental Guardians. But in this case, not fused, just coming out for 7 damage, which perhaps suggests Anthony has something that he prioritizes even more setting into his arsenal. Could it be the third present? Could it be a way of recurring one of his Christmas presents? Only time will tell.
All we've seen so far is Anthony give. My vote is it's the third present.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you, but once again, Jason has access to a decent number of cards here, choosing to take a little bit of damage on that last turn. Pitching a show of strength, generating the toughness token, but maybe not as many resources as he would have liked to have fueled this turn with so much gas in hand and arsenal. Coming in with Old Favorite. I mean, these are cards I don't think I've ever seen play in Constructed, let alone in Limited, because, I mean, Super Slam Limited was not exactly a set that we saw an awful lot of. It looks like when it attacks, we get to generate a second toughness token because we've been cheered this turn by pitching that 6 power attack off the top of the deck with Toughnut's ability. So Jason, once again, just prepping to really block and grind out these long games. Let's see if Anthony can manage to subvert those 2 toughness tokens. With Sigil of Solace, and straight up passing the turn, recognizing there is no point me trying to swing Sledge into 2 toughness tokens. I am not taking nearly enough cards by doing that. I'm actually just going to let you go back with a full grip. Let's see you try and convert it.
Yeah, not the first time Anthony has denied Jason value this game. Activating Tough Nut here. Let's see if Jason can convert the hand. I don't think I saw a pummel, but I do believe we have some on-hit effects in hand. However, I don't believe Anthony wants to keep his hold hand. You know, name of the game, value, block, mid-range. Jaws of Victory coming in with Go again here.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of card that Jason wants to see at this point. Something like either a Jaws of Victory or a Buck Wild that can gain Go again, thanks to the fact that he has managed to pitch a 6 power card from Tough Nut's ability, meaning this is coming in for 6 with Go again. And on top of that, we'll have access to 2 more resources, having pitched that blue for either his last remaining card in hand or just a good old swing of the club. Breaking chain here and activating gauntlets are very interesting. Just kind of really trying to get every single bit of value, recognizing I have to do something with this last card in my hand, so I might as well convert it into 1 more point of damage on this Command and Conquer, recognizing, you know what? I'm going to make it really awkward for you to try and block this.
Anthony fighting away.
Yeah, equipped this time with 2 3 blocks in hand and his trusty Arcanite Skullcap to make the 7th point of block. And following up with good old Sledge for 6 off a single card, courtesy of the Tunic.
And that will be a drink for me, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. I feel like I'm missing out here. Where are all the presents? Come on, it's been a long time since I've seen a gift given, since I've seen a bauble pitched. Come on, what is this about, folks?
Jason considering his blocks. Oh, yes.
Blocking for
Okay.
4 there where the crowd goes wild by the looks of it, courtesy of the toughness token. Taking 2 and choosing to keep 2 cards in hand plus the tough nut ability again suggests maybe we're going a little bit wider this turn. Managed to pitch a blue. It's a dig in by the looks of it, so it is not a 6-power attack. That might
Not
make things a
exactly
little
what.
bit sticky for Jason, actually, because I think I see a buck wild in the hand.
Yep, I believe he did want to go a little bit wider. Instead, he's going to give me another present. Thank you, Jason.
Absolutely. And in this case, I mean, this was maybe a little bit of a turning point for Jason, having tried to keep some tempo, take some damage in the process, but not really able to leverage it. Is this a point where Anthony can try and pivot the game back? Maybe even take some tempo of his own, having 3 cards in hand plus the arsenal?
Let's see if he gets a shitty Christmas present back.
Regaining the 1 life. We could recur just about anything with cost 0 in this graveyard. And of course, it is going to be one of our shitty Christmas presents. Anthony knows exactly what he's here for, and it's gift giving all the way down, folks.
Such a beautiful thing to see all the homies in the spirit of giving.
Following up with, of course, the classic Sledge for 6. Pitching 4 resources for it. Nice and clean, nice and exact. Keeping some defense reactions in the deck for the future. And Jason, this time, choosing to take the whole swing. Pretty confident that he can find a way to leverage this 4-card hand, 3 in hand plus arsenal, alongside the power of the tough nut ability.
Jaws of Victory coming in with go again.
Absolutely. It makes a lot of sense why he would want to take the damage at this point, having now gone to lower life than Anthony, so that Jaws of Victory cheers him when it attacks and thus gains go again. Not relying on the top of the deck being a 6, but just having access to that go again off the bat. And following up with that Buck Wild having pitched a 6-power attack, I think a yellow that was pitched earlier. We are going extremely wide on this turn for a brute, going 6-6. And if we can find, well, even with the tunic up, we are guaranteed to be sending at least 4 more damage, courtesy of the Romping Club at the end of this. What a massive swing from Jason.
Huge turn and another gift for me. Off the top here, we have, a red. Good thing we got the trusty tunic there.
Absolutely. The classic swing big.
I think I picked the wrong drinking game, Shamir.
I think you might have. You know what? Here I was thinking I was going crazy by choosing to do so whenever presents were coming back, but it looks like in the Guardian Brute mirror, as it were, or the Guardian Brute matchup, shall I say? I suppose it's no surprise that there would be an awful lot of weapon swinging. And oh my goodness, here's a card which I have literally never seen play. Not even in draft have I seen this card play. Strategic Planning is a non-attack action from Uprising, if you can believe it, that lets you put an action card with cost 0 on the bottom of your deck and has a kind of pseudo ponder token. So at the beginning of the next end step, you're going to draw a card. Well, Anthony might not be able to use that ponder token, but you know what he's going to put back with that strategic planning? Say it with me, folks. Yet another shitty Christmas present.
And I believe that Anthony alone is keeping us in the race. I believe it is 3-3 now. Has Jason resolved a shitty Christmas present yet?
He has not managed to resolve one yet this game, I don't think. Although, oh no, we have managed to resolve a single one this game, indeed, because we had 1 in each of our previous 2 games. So let's see, Jason's still got 2 left to resolve. We saw one pitched earlier. It's ended up somewhere in the stack. Let's see if we can get lucky as to resolve it again. There goes that bauble off the top, which I am certainly going to be drinking to just now. We're coming back around to pitch stacks already, folks. Get settled in because there's gonna be many baubles to pitch, many baubles to generate for our opponents. And let's see if Anthony wants to steal them all back at the end with that almighty righteous cleansing.
All these revered cards are also similarly in the spirit of giving and cheering. So I think thematically, Jason picked a good hero.
Absolutely. I mean, the bumbling Hulkster himself. If you had to give Tough Nut a Christmas character, who would you say Tough Nut is if you were to Christmasify him?
If I were to Christmasify, I mean, it feels like he's Santa, you know?
Think so? I think for me, yeah, go for it, Jonah.
I think he's him. No, go ahead. I would love to hear your take.
For me, Jarl in this case is clearly on taking on the role of Chris Kringle himself, and of course, giving out presents all over the shop, which means Tough Nut has to be someone else. Well, if he's going to be bumbling about, I think Tough Nut's our Frosty the Snowman, if you ask me. And let's see if he's going to be
Snowman
in the face of this E-Strike coming in for 7. The life totals are kind of racing down at this point for what we thought might be a long matchup. We are kind of under 20 life each now, with I think Anthony having played out all 3 of his copies of Sigil of Solace. There might not be a lot of healing left in this game, folks. So the life totals are going to start ticking down quicker and quicker.
Jason considering his options. Can't quite see his hand, but he's got a full grip, 2 resources in the pitch.
Indeed, it's a bit of a tough turn to think. I think I spy one of our extenders over the top, which might be really, really helpful to him this turn as he gets to keep so many cards. But we kick off with just an activation of the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, in this case, choosing to pitch that pummel so that we can send the Buckwild with Go Again, coming in for 7 with Go Again. Jason's had so many opportunities. Oh, we got that live evil
Live evil, baby. Live evil.
Live evil on the camera, folks. I can see that AGE's chosen their side this holiday season.
We are reviled.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys did choose to play Lyeth, and meanwhile, we are playing our revered hero, Tough Nut the Bumbling Holster. So I guess the narrative fits.
Everybody's on theme.
Makes sense to me. Once again, thinking about the follow-up here, having leaked 1 damage over the top with this Buckwild. You're thinking about what might happen next. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. It could just be a simple follow-up with the club. It could be yet more damage courtesy of that card in arsenal. Or, who knows, it could be the 3rd and final present that Jason has to give. Or in fact, no, not the 3rd and final, just the 2nd present that Jason has to give.
The players are currently discussing the turn. I think
we're just working through some tech issues here, folks, so bear with us for a moment. Although, so as we let our players kind of reconvene, sort out some tech issues, how are you feeling about the matchup so far, Jonah? Is it going the way that you expected? Because I've got to say, it's not really going the way that I expected.
It absolutely is not going the way I expected. It's going much faster than I anticipated, and I also appreciate Anthony's dedication to the season, getting us back in the race with all the shitty Christmas presents and filling up Tough Nut's decks with a bunch of baubles. You know, maybe that was part of his plan to get him with 3 baubles at the end, to close it out.
Absolutely. I feel like both our teams have looked at a card like Shitty Christmas and decided, what could we do with this? In Team Sigil's case, we decided, what if we stuck that bauble in your arsenal? And for Anthony Pham, I guess he decided, what if I just gave you 9 or 12 or 15 of them? So let's see how many you can get to by the end. Our players are back at this point, so we are once again resuming that turn. Jason having an action point, having played that Buckwild for 7 with Go Again earlier, leaking 1 damage over the top, thinking about how to follow up. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. We could be seeing a high tempo follow-up, following up with a 6 power or even more attack from the arsenal. We could be seeing a simple swing of the Romping Club. Or we could even be seeing a shitty Christmas present played? I think the latter would definitely excite me the most. I don't know about you, Jonah.
The latter would excite me. I would appreciate it if we stopped swinging the weapons. You know, we've done quite a bit of that, and and I can use a break.
I think Jonah has given himself a task maybe too tall for the bumbling Hulkster and for the Iron Titan, the All-in himself, Jarl Betrayed, by choosing to take a sip, just a little sip, every time one of these weapons has been swung, which has been many times this game, folks. We are still just working through a couple of tech issues, but we are well on the way through this match at this point. Life totals are racing down. The decks are filling up with shitty Christmas presents. And of course, the presents themselves are cracked baubles. So, Jonah, where do you think we might be going from here? Who do you see taking this one down from the way that we've been so far?
I do think that Tough Nut is kind of been we'll say in a comfortable position, you know, in charge. But you know, Anthony still's got his Mage Master boots. I know he's got a plan, so I'm excited to see how the game ends here, which looks to be shorter rather than later. I may have lied to the stream saying that we would make up for the time on this one. It has been a little bit longer, but yeah, just excited to see what Anthony's bringing to the table. I think Jason's in a good spot.
I would agree. Jason is certainly kind of further ahead than I expected him to be. One of the things I was kind of concerned about was maybe him losing one of those recursive value engines like the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. We can see with a -1 counter on it, and the Fine Old Spring Tunic with a minus counter as well. Losing either or both of these might have cost Jason so much ability to kind of play this game on. But he's held on to both of them thus far. Anthony is still figuring out exactly how he's going to get rid of one or both of them. Looks like we're doing a quick little management of our feed over here, and we are back, thankfully. Jason has been thoroughly enlarged on the stream page, so it would be if we get one of our techs to manage the camera on that, that would be fantastic. So I don't get a nice little close up of the iconic blue gilet.
Good note though, Jason did put Team Sigil back in the lead by resolving the shitty Christmas present. So I believe it is 4-3 now.
Well, did Jason manage to resolve one? I see us at 3-3 at this point, which to me seems that Anthony might have actually resolved one earlier. I'm not quite sure. I might have fallen behind on that. But one thing to note, we were talking earlier about kind of those recursive value engines. Well, the first Frozen to Death has hit the board, and it has taken down the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. That is a little bit less damage for Jason to be able to throw over the course of this game. Looks like we're activating Tough Nut to be able to pitch that swing big off the top. Yet another Buckwild coming in. I mean, I think we've seen possibly all 9 copies of this Buckwild in the deck. It looks like Jason's taken the rainbow route all the way here. We're seeing 9 Buckwilds. It looks like we're seeing 9 Pummels. We're seeing so many of these kind of, I guess, brute classics, both brute classics of Christmas past and of Christmas present.
And the Pummel on top.
Up with the Pummel, the absolute juke of thinking, oh, I'm going to follow up with another attack. Nope, this attack is getting huge, is what's happened. And we are discarding one of our not so useful Christmas baubles in the as a result of that Pummel trigger, by the looks of it. An absolutely devastating swing executed by Jason. This match is thoroughly just, he's pulling ahead further and further here. We get to follow up with a swing of the club for 4. Anthony leaking just a little bit of damage each time, but now down to single digits. This is the absolute classic kind of flesh and blood end state of just seeing your life total tick down further and further and further, get deeper and deeper into the trenches.
Another drink for me as the Romping Club was swung. Somebody was asking what the side game going on with the Christmas presents. So basically, whichever team plays more Christmas presents, I don't know what the reward, or it could just be bragging rights. Who knows? It was just a stipulation.
Absolute bragging rights, folks. If the winning team manages to resolve more Christmas presents, then not only have they shown the name of the game competitively, but they've done it in the spirit of giving. And meanwhile, if our losing team manages to give some presents, then you know what? They've shown just how much of a season of giving Christmas is all about. They have shown their generosity through this show match. So we are keeping track to know just who is going to pull ahead competitively and in our hearts in the spirit of Christmas. Got a tough nut activation. In this case, pitching a red pummel. Not really what you love to see in this situation. Neither offering Jason a toughness token, nor offering him many resources. It's kind of one of the downsides of putting it in your deck. But we have also seen the upsides of putting it in your deck, in that it can make your opponent discard a card and take 4 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, of note, kind of like I mentioned earlier, I think Jason's on 9 reds if he's on 3/3/3, Jaws, Pummel, and CNC. I'm not sure that and Buck Wild, so maybe he's on 12.
Yeah, and the Buck Wild. I think we might be seeing actually quite a lot of reds in this Tough Nut deck compared to what people might usually expect. Although on Anti-Fam's side, he's no slouch. He's got the absolute classic Guardian follow-up, the Elemental Guardian follow-up of Oaken Old Fuse. This is such a power card, folks. It has been restricted in formats. It has had ban lists warped around it. And in this case, we are fusing it with the wonderful Pulse of Isenloft, an absolute iconic card from Tales of Aria. Coming in for 9 damage with Dominate and threatening to take 2 cards out of Jason's already just 3-card hand. Tough Nut not being the smartest of heroes at this arena, unfortunately.
The Dominate effect possibly hurting Jason here. Let's see what he does. I didn't get a chance to see what he put in his arsenal for the follow-up. He does have a considerable amount of armor left, but I don't think it's enough to cover it up.
Indeed, with no toughness tokens as we start this turn, it is not going to be possible to cover up the 9 damage from Oaken Old without the help of a defense reaction, which so far we've seen no copies of in Jason's deck. However, it might not be all doom and gloom. I'm looking at those boots to the board, an equipment which, when you look at it, looks very obviously Pleiades coded, but it turns out it is available to both revered heroes. And in this case, it may offer Jason the opportunity to generate some toughness tokens instead of getting rid of those cards in his hand.
Yeah, the boots, a great addition to the funny equipment that brutes get to play, dressed in a tunic. Now they got these shiny, cute boots. Brutes have some top tier equipment.
Absolutely. It looks like we already have an effect kind of like that with the dig in on the table, which will offer a very similar effect, allowing him to pay 3 resources to generate 3 toughness tokens, a way to kind of get more value out of these cards, which otherwise he would be losing to gain no value whatsoever. Taking 6 in the process, though, it means those life totals are, again, ticking down further and further. Jason loses his last card in hand to the Oaken Old on-hit effect and is left with just a Tough Nut activation, a whim and a prayer, to see if we can throw some damage on this turn.
Off the top, we get a red Buck Wild, which creates another toughness token. And Jason presents me with another gift, the gift of drinking.
The gift that keeps on giving, including a weapon swing every single turn. Although, it looks like you might have gone a little bit too soon. Jason thinking about how exactly he wants to spend these 2 resources. And in this case, he escalate order, coming in for 6 damage and creating yet 3 more toughness tokens, taking up to a total of 7. Jason is going to be completely and utterly impenetrable on this next turn, sending 6 damage through, and his next card being able to block for a staggering 10 if it blocks for 3.
You couldn't have said it better. Jason said, this next turn, I don't care what you got, you are not hitting me.
Which means, of course, Anthony is going to instead choose to just dig a little bit deeper, see if he can find some more presents to give away, no doubt. Two cards sent away from a blue sift, meaning we have a brand new hand of 2 cards. Thinking about how exactly we might use them. We could, of course, send the Sledge of Anvilheim, but in the face of 6 toughness tokens, is it really the most advisable solution?
Anthony contemplating denying value again. I mean, what really could Anthony do, Shamir, in this position with 6 toughness on the other side, you know?
You could certainly argue that swaying the sledge is at least taking one card in that situation, but is taking one card really good enough? I guess Anthony has decided he'd rather keep both of those cards for a future turn. And Jason instead gets the chance to once again pitch the top card of his deck. It is a blue 6. You wind up the crowd, giving him the best of both worlds, a toughness token for the next turn and 3 resources. Let's see how he intends to use it.
Not able to convert the hand, it seems, on Jason's side. This could be good for Anthony. Maybe this is his opportunity to kind of swing the tide here.
At the same time, indeed, it could be absolutely anything. Our top card on Anthony's side, certainly our top card on Jason's side with that Jarl sleeve. It looks like Jarl decided to mark himself with all the gifts that he'd been giving away. But in this case, Jason, on the one hand, he might not be able to convert this hand very well, but I wouldn't count him out just yet. Remember those sneaky pummels that we have seen so regularly throughout this game. But in this case, he is just going to choose to wind up the crowd, creating an agility, a vigor and a toughness. My apologies. Anthony is absolutely incessantly blocking, just insisting on being able to cover up as much damage as possible, but still taking 2 here, going down to a perilous 3 life and keeping 4 cards in his hand. What could demand so many cards from a Guardian like Anthony or a Guardian like Jarl?
Anthony, considering the imposing visage, I believe I saw him almost put down.
I think I caught a whiff of that card. I think it might be one of our old Uprising Draft Chaff classics, but let's see if he decides to actually resolve it or if he is going to be pitching it to fund his turn. In this case, finally, the Mage Master Boots comes out to play in order to play out yet another shitty Christmas present. Anthony might not be winning this game, but he has come here with a mission. He is an absolute gift giver to the core, meaning that we have yet another bauble on top of the deck, followed by a strategic planning to put yet another Christmas present on the bottom of the deck. He might be going down, but he is going down with the most generous gift giving I think I have ever seen.
There must have been some pregame strategy where Anthony said, "Guys, don't worry about playing the baubles or the shitty Christmas presents. I'm gonna deliver as many as I can to Jason during our match."
Absolutely. We've had a bauble pitched and we had a bauble generated courtesy of yet another Christmas present. So that means I am taking 2 drinks and finishing off this can, folks. The decks are getting thin now, folks. I would expect us to be seeing a lot more Christmas presents and a lot more baubles as well. So let's see. I think I've got a while to catch up to Jonah's rate of merriness, but I might be on my way within the next 3 or 4 turns. Jason's
Another escalator.
Order.
A little sad though, right? No toughness token, so we don't create 3 more. Jason is in an okay spot.
Indeed, this
Bauble
one is just
in hand.
sending in 6 damage with no abilities to speak of. But let's see again. We've seen those pummels hiding out. Although I can tell that one of those cards, spoilers, folks. I think it might be a bauble in the hand. And there is the pummel to follow up, pitching a second bauble to boot. And it looks like Anthony was so obsessed with gift getting that he ends the game with 2 presents and a present of his own given by Jason in his hand. That is the game, folks. Tough Nut manages to take the game in the face of Jarl Vertraidy, capable of just bumbling his way through, absolutely rolling through with these 6 power attacks with Go Again, pummels all over the shop, and and a few presents given out to boot. Jason, I think, managed to give away 2 presents in that game, meaning we are neck and neck on presents given, courtesy of Anthony Pham, giving away a whopping 4 presents in that game.
Anthony stayed committed to his plan. I think it backfired a little bit there in the end, but ultimately a great match by both players, and I enjoyed thoroughly watching.
Absolutely. It is truly in the spirit of Christmas, folks. We are here for a good time. And we are going to be making our way to the next match very, very shortly, in which you will be seeing me at the table instead of in the casting booth. So don't go anywhere, folks. We've got some fantastic matchups still to come. See you soon.
All right, welcome back to the Age show match here with Team Sigil. We just saw Anthony try and claw it back with his beautiful gameplay of playing as many shitty Christmas presents as he can. You know, a valiant defeat on his part. I think up next, or I guess we've got the series at 1-2, so really need Bryce, the next player for Team Age, to get his act together and put us on the board. And I think that we are 4-4 tied on presents played. So we were discussing this, and me and Guy have unlimited power here. And I think we've decided that whoever plays more Christmas presents is going to get a 2-game bonus. You know,
That's a real prize, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah. I mean, like, we were thinking win the series, but you know, we leave that up to the organizers. But that's our proposal. You know, I guess let's take a look at the brackets. We're going into game 4 here. I believe, yes, we've got Bryce, who's going to be piloting Marlin versus Shamir on Bolton. Some fun heroes, I think, but potentially cringe, since both of them can discard these shitty Christmas presents, which we will be calling them out and shaming them if they do. But, you know, what
hopefully
are
the
you...
point is to discard the baubles and not the presents.
Yeah, if you do that, it's less cringe. I can settle for that. But if I see any shitty Christmas presents hitting the graveyard through means other than resolving them, they're going to get called out.
Why do you think that Bryce picked Marlin, Alex?
You know, when this format was announced, I was thinking, like, what are the heroes that can exploit the fact that this Christmas present's in your deck and it's not a disadvantage? So, like, heroes that discard, charge them, etc. I think Marlin falls into the category of one of those. He's also just a Marlin enjoyer, I think. But, you know, we'll see if he's playing a traditional, like, Harpoon Marlin build, or maybe he's got something spicy with Manta or something else that's maybe more meme-like.
Let's see if he's fishing for some baubles.
Yeah. That's a good one. All right, let's jump into the game and see what they have cooked up for us. All right, so...
We got a great Bryce Platts who got 2 hours of sleep after casting Calling Hong Kong overnight. And then we have Shamir on the right side.
Two very handsome gentlemen here with some drinks of their own, it looks like. Okay, giving a cheers. Okay, perfect. You know, surely casting games gives you superpowers, so Bryce has got to know what he's doing, right?
Oh, surely.
Yeah, it does look like we have a somewhat standard build here where we're looking at kind of a Harpoon Marlin, which...
In all seriousness, though, everyone knows Bryce is a goat at casting, but I have played against and I've seen Bryce play against pro players nonetheless, and he does know the game. He's quite good at it.
Turns out, casting the game will help you know the game. Who would have guessed? Not bad. Okay, starting out with Lone Shark. Must be nice to high roll on turn 1.
I want to know anything about that.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore all the times that we've played. Okay. Activating for a Harpoon right away. And there it is. One of the cringe discard cards. At least he's not getting rid of a Christmas present, but staying gold neutral here as he gets his Marlin trigger.
Looks like Shamir just took a sip. Maybe they have a understanding that they're gonna have a sip whenever someone discards a card.
I'm not sure what they got going on, but I know these two like to party. I'll put it that way. I'm trying to familiarize myself here with Bolton's equipment. I was going to say the gloves and chest are pretty standard, and I think those might be from the armor deck, the head and boots. But Raiden Bolton, so probably a more aggro build. I know that some people were kind of talking about Bolton when, what was it? Is it NIMBY? NIMBY, the latest Minnowism addition to the game. NIMBY, no, not Minnowism, where where they can start tutoring those and trying to reclaw the card disadvantage from using the charge ability. So I am probably expecting Shamir to probably take a more aggressive stance with that.
Yeah, it's quite good because you can even use it as a chain ender and then have the Nimblism in Arsenal, so it gives your first attack next turn go again from the Bolton ability, right? It requires your attack to have more than its base power for the Bolton ability to be able to give it go again by banishing a card from Soul.
All right. It looks like Bryce did not have an arrow to load from either the draw trigger, or I think he also activated the quiver, was it? And then activated the gloves for BM. Love to see that. Good start. And I guess over to Shamir. Let's see. Okay, this is going to really test our knowledge. All right, first red light
It's a
warrior
beaming
card.
bravado, I believe that's called.
Okay, I think that is the go again one. So charging a yellow card, light the way.
No,
All right.
light the way. Yeah, not quite.
You may charge your hero soul. Okay, but it is the if you charge yellow, it gains go again. So we got 3 go again here. Value.
No. If it hits, it gains go again.
Oh my god, this deck is something. But we have the upside of the Bolton Hero text, where after we've charged, if they block with attack actions, I think it gives your attack +1. So
for the low cost of deleting a card from your hand, you do get this.
We'll get that value back. You know, we got beacons, we got some other tricks. Now, I was gonna say, I pulled up the helmet here. Helm of Halo's Grace. When this defends, you may charge your hero's soul. If it's a yellow card, you get to draw a card. So that's not bad. That's not bad. You know, stay card neutral and get some cards in soul.
And I believe the boots, it's the same condition, and the reward is a quicken token.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. Warpath of Winged Grace. You may charge your soul if you do get a quicken. So, okay, some strong gear, or stronger gear than Bolton's had in the past, which is nice.
Notably, the chess piece, Soulbond Resolve, I think it's called, or something along these lines. It says whenever if you have charged this turn and you would take damage, you take 1 less. So he can
prevent 1. Yeah.
Prevents 1. Prevent the damage. You know, as a wizard enjoyer.
I know. So, they're always out here countering us with every piece of equipment LSS, it's a
every time that Shamir blocks with his helmet or boots and charges a card, he gains the benefit of that +1 prevention damage from the chest. So potentially these are blocking for 3 and 2 virtually, right? Because they're all temper 1.
Yeah, honestly, pretty high numbers from the Bolton equipment, all things considered. Now, I was going to say Bryce blocking with that Sunken Treasure, not getting value for a gold token since there weren't yellow cards, kind of sucked. But the Shamir 4-card 3 damage was looking more like an Oscilio turn. So I'm not sure who I pity more at this stage.
Sile Sarong here, earning its $80 markup.
Yeah, EA, very, very beautiful card. Love that printing for a lot of those new art cards we have. So given this hamstring shot go again, so I think on hit, the first action is going to cost Bolton 1 more resource, which he really does not want to do since we're already losing a card to charge. So
look at this value, bro.
We get to replace the card and get that prevent 1 from the chess piece. So as long as Bryce does not have any tricks, we are going to be dodging that on-hit effect, which is...
And it's triggering the bacon as well.
Oh, yeah.
Shamir and bacon going hand in hand.
Excellent. So I think Bryce still has a lot of cards here. So curious to see if he's got any of those harpoons maybe, or what he's looking for. Maybe just... he's got all that gold from the loan shark that I guess.
I think I gave the stream some misinfo here. I guess the helmet is not temper. It's just
I think they are both blade break. The helmet and if it was temper, my God, Bolton would actually be cooking.
Yeah. That was too good to be true. Sorry for the fake news here.
All right, so he made a harpoon, drew a card. Looks like Bryce cannot find a harpoon to save his life, so he's going to load the token. He's got to premeditate. Okay. And, okay. The Riches of Tropel. He did not forget his gold trigger. Excellent. And then this is going to be for 9 overpower. Not bad. At least not
Looks
disruption.
like he forgot to activate a hook, but then remember afterwards. So he had a retroactive hook.
Yeah, the Talishar undo, really. I mean... He activated the hook on turn 0 for BM, but he won't do it when he should. Shame. So Shamir's probably looking at his hand here going, I'm Bolton, overpower, that's pretty good into me. But this is vanilla damage. He's got 2 cards in soul, a courage token, and, surely he's got something to cook with here. Oh, looks like at least 1 card blocking.
That is the new card, right? For the most recent Bolton expansion slot.
I have no clue what that card is. I see Soul Shield, though. That one I do know. Oh, Peanut Gal. Okay, Live Evil. Okay, these guys are really cooking. Anthony deserves it, though. He was really trying his best to, make things even. So it looks like Shamir actually did fully block this out, which is a little interesting. Maybe willing to block a little more, pitching that Lumina for later in the game. So interesting without the Courage or Sabers. I guess not as
And
much.
that is a present.
Yes, we love it. Okay, block out, play the shitty Christmas present. Looks like that is the drink trigger for Bryce.
Yeah, does trigger an eggnog.
Yes, he did not charge it. He did not banish it. We love that. I always knew Shamir was a Giga Chad, and that is exactly what you do. So I think that puts Sigil in the lead at 5, which really means that Bryce has got to stop slacking and play some of these. If he plays 0 this game, I'm going to be thoroughly disappointed. So
did Bryce make a gold last turn? Oh, he did, right? He pitched his Riches of Chopal.
Well, yeah, he got blocked for. Oh, you're right. Yeah, because he pitched Riches, so he keeps the gloves. You are correct. Usually, you don't want to activate those gloves unless you've already made a gold, or like them blocking would be extremely advantageous for you, kind of like how Gravy plays. So, got to be a little careful with that. But Bryce with full tempo here, I guess, just 4 cards. He chose not to arsenal. Oh no, he didn't get the ponder because he didn't hit. But it looks like his hands are kind of stinkers. He has not loaded a single harpoon this game. Which I imagine, none of the token ones, non-token ones. So he's making another one, it looks like.
He must have said something hilarious because Shamir is being very animated, as he does.
They are having a good time. I think I'd be having a good time as Bolton too, where, I'm not getting steamrolled. And, I have some cards in Soul. That's cool. Okay, Tipple. If he just... Okay. We were talking about some of the worst gameplay decisions you could make being... Okay, just a little undo there, adding the hook. Nice. Would be discarding the shitty Xmas Present. So using it as normal by discarding the token and kind of replacing that gold that Marlin used to create it, and then another fresh card. Got one go again with the on hit of making a gold from that hook. Now, I feel like 1 is not very, not something that Shamir really wants to block. Bryce already has 2 gold. What do you care if he gets a 3rd one, maybe, is probably what he's thinking, but we'll see. No, he does, in fact, take it. So, first blood for Bryce, making a gold from that hook. Let's see if he's got any harpoons to follow this up. Okay, the bauble that he has.
There's the bauble. Very good.
Yep.
And the present.
Okay. Getting the bauble out of his hand. He brings it back. I love it. I love it. His streak of not having harpoons to shoot seems to continue on this episode. But, got to keep the series close in the presents given category as well. The question is, now that Shamir has a full 5-card grip, this has got to be the Bolton turn, right? Show us why this hero has potential. I think that is another light up the way.
I don't think that is a light up the way.
Or is it not?
But
charging one of the Bannerets, so he's getting some bonus effect. Let's see.
This is another card from Spirit War. If a yellow card was charged this way, whenever an attack action card hits this combat chain, create a Courage token. This is a very powerful card if you're playing to go wide, which seems like Shamir is going to.
Which is good because he's got a lot of soul to fuel that go again. He started with a Courage token, so he doesn't even need Bryce to block to be able to give this go again. So this is looking like we might have a spicy turn here. And I think the Banneret he charged was another Courage one, so he might end up with 2 Courage tokens here, depending on
activating the Bolton ability to give this go again because it has power greater than space. This is the value of the Courage tokens in this deck. They enable your Bolton ability on pretty much any attack.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that kind of sucks about this, I guess it doesn't matter for this turn, is that on top of Shamir's deck is that cracked bauble that Bryce put there. I'm not sure if he has... I imagine this deck might be playing some on-hit draw cards. But okay, going with the Raiden first for 5. That's a pretty juicy hit. He's still got 2 cards in hand. So we could see...
I wonder if Shamir... He didn't activate the Iron Song Versus, which gives next weapon attack on hit courage, I believe.
Yeah.
So the fact that he didn't do that tells me he's not planning to pitch any cards this turn. So he's either sending 1 or 2 more cards from hand.
Yeah, so no Valiant Thrust, probably one of those strong enders in Bolton. Curious what he is planning to do with these last 3 cards. He might have a reaction, maybe like one of the, was it Courageous Blade Hold, the 0 for 3 if you've charged? It looks like an E-strike
strike.
with go again. Okay, this is looking good. And one thing to keep in mind is that Bolton hero text is live. Oh, no, he might have just picked +2, I see. But that Bolton hero text is live for the entire turn/combat chain. So any of these attacks that Bryce chooses to block will get +1 if he blocks with an attack action. Looks like Bryce has decided to just gobble everything, though. So huge life lead then going in the favor of Shamir. Kind of keeping that card in arsenal, which is interesting. But,
Shamir did not
very
choose
strong.
go again, correct? He chose +2.
+2 is what it looked like, yeah. And so let's see here. We talked about it earlier, being able to charge those baubles, making them slightly less of a liability in this type of format. Bryce, for I think the third turn in a row, making a harpoon. Yeah, if you got the gold, use it. He threw his harpoon away and has to dig it out. Kind of a rookie mistake there, but hey, it's back. And I got to imagine he's got to have something, right? Like he didn't block a single card. Maybe he just didn't want to block suboptimally. Okay, Prism. Or no, that's big trophy shot, right?
I love this card. That's such a strong card.
Yeah. Now his arsenal is not empty, which means he will not get a reload trigger here. So I don't know if that means he has the harpoon he'd like to shoot already in there, or what exactly his plan is. But a nice little +4, recycling that token harpoon for something better.
And on-hit gold, notably.
Yep. We got to keep the gold rolling. I mean, I got to say that Bryce has done a pretty good job of keeping his gold count high, which I think is one of the things these Marlin decks can tend to struggle with. You know, we saw that big breakout in the World Championship LL portion where everybody's like, Marlin, she's a great deck in LL because you get all these extra ways to kind of cheat card draw. And, in CC, we haven't kind of seen that same, preference, but the deck has powerful tools. So was that tip the gold, the tip, something like that, +3, I think another.
Looks like we're finally seeing a red harpoon come out from Bryce. That's going to be a big one too.
Yeah, and that's one of the King Krakens, it looks like. So you did have that harpoon in arsenal. I think that's going to be 10 + 7, 17, and it is 17
on-hit gold and on-hit go fish. This one's looking for non-attack actions, which Bolton, does he play a lot of non-attack actions? I don't think he does.
I mean, if he's doing that NIMBY combo thing, he might have some, but okay, they're still trolling over there. Love that.
The two best cards in the deck are non-attack action cards, Lumina Ascension and shitty Xmas Present.
You are true. The shitty Xmas Present is one. He did pitch that Lumina on turn 1, so that's one less non-attack. I imagine, classic. I imagine that he does not have too many non-attacks, although there are some. Let's see. They're doing some banter. The thing is, even if Shamir takes this, he's still kind of got tempo with, he'll be under a little bit, but be able to maybe convert his hand with that courage token. He's still got cards in soul.
The bauble is not a non-attack action card, right? It's just a gem, I believe. It's just called a resource card the same way.
Yeah, I think it's like the Fiendel and Eye of Ophidia. I think you are correct. I imagine that card is going to be charged almost 100%.
It's generic resource.
And if you have any of those non-attack actions, you probably have to begrudgingly just value block it here, like if you have one of the Presents or Lumina, because I doubt you're going to be able to cover this up. And it looks like Shamir just takes the full thing. I think that's 3 gold for Bryce.
Shabibi's going to have to review his hand here. Bryce is going to at least get to take a look.
Oh, he does have the Beacon. Now, granted, he used a lot of that soul last turn, but Beacon, a really nice tutor card.
Notably, it's an attack reaction and not a non-attack action.
Bryce missing at least 2 gold triggers. He says he does not need them. Nice. Oh, no. Okay. He remembered 1. Not bad. I think still shorted himself 1, but hey, if you're rich, who needs more?
Alex, do you think he should have activated the gold-baited hook? What are the scenarios in which Shamir can block 17 damage?
I think he did activate the hook. Yeah, I think he just missed one of his gold triggers. He should have gotten 1 from hook, 1. Well, I guess the Go Fish didn't resolve, so not 1. And then 1 from Gold the Tip and 1 from Big Game Trophy Shot hitting. So he should have made 3. He only made 2.
Gold the Tip is not an on-hit gold. Gold the Tip says that when you play it, if you have a yellow card face up in your arsenal, you make a gold token.
Okay. Well, in that case, he is correct.
The real superpower of Gold the Tip, the second clause hardly ever comes up, but it's the fact that it's a +3 pump on yellow, and yellows are very relevant for the Marlin deck.
Yeah, no, that's true. Having the flexibility of discarding them for some of the effects. So we know what Shamir's hand is here. He does charge that holiday bauble like we discussed. Going with Take Flight. Kind of a little bit unfortunate that the Courage token's being used here since it already has Go Again, but still got 5 Go Again naturally. It means we're going to be building up our soul. Maybe this could be our beacon turn here since we have some extra, soul that we can use since we don't have to use it for Go Again. I'm really curious what's in his arsenal, though, because he did not use it last turn. He's got 1 floating, right? I think that's a yellow he pitched, so could have a Valiant Thrust here.
He doesn't have a 1 floating because the Iron Song versus is tapped, so he paid 1 for that.
He tapped it. Yep. Okay.
Threatening a Courage token on hit for the next weapon swing. So he is telegraphing this Raiden is going to come out swinging, and he may have the bacon to threaten the on hit on a modular pump.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if because it means he'll get a Courage token. Maybe he ends with the Raiden so he can carry the Courage token forward to the next. I guess it really depends on what's in his arsenal and how he wants to use this beacon. Bryce seems like he's not really wanting to block a whole lot in this matchup, and I don't really blame him. The Bolton deck does not really have a lot of on hits, but once you reach the stage of the game where you have to block to not die, then you're going to start to see Bolton get some value from that charge text.
Shout out to our friends of the show in the chat, Anthony Vero, and Taylor Crawford, Marlin enthusiast.
Love it. Marlin is one of those heroes that I feel like he's so close to being good in CC, as evidenced by the LL performance we were kind of talking about. Just a card or two for kind of some more consistency, some more cycling, more gold generation, different things like that. Will be interesting to see what new toys she may get in Compendium.
So as someone who did play Marlin in Living Legend at Worlds, I think Marlin has the cards. Oh, he grabs Illumina.
Ooh, okay. Gonna go with some Raiden swings, it looks like. And he pointed his finger at Bryce, letting you know, I'm gonna get you.
She's about to perform an act of terrorism upon Bryce, it seems. So going back to the Marlin discussion, look at that laugh. I can hear it even though they are muted. If you've ever been in a competitive Flesh and Blood event, you can hear Shamir from across the hall a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, very friendly guy. But yeah, let us know about your Marlin experience. I need to know, because apparently I don't know what's going on.
So I think the card pool for Marlin, especially after the expansion slot that just got released, what's it called? The blue one? Gives +2 and doubles your goldfish effects.
Oh, yeah, I know. Catch of the day, yes.
Yeah, that's an incredible card. It's such a good card. What made Marlin so incredible in Living Legend, not only is the ways to draw 2 cards with cash in and Art of War to abuse the Golden Harpoon generation, but also the fact that her Majestic Harpoons that look for non-attacks and attacks were so good in that format. And the reasons for that is that the top decks, being Viscera and Starvo, are both running a critical density of non-attacks and attacks, as well as blues and reds. So that's turning on your bluefin and redfin harpoons as well. The problem with Marlin in CC a lot of the times is that only one of the 2 are live. And there's a lot of redundancy as well in CC. Cindra may not be as relevant as she was last season, but say, for example, you hit your King Shark Harpoon, the Cindra is going to discard 3 or 4 damage out of it, right? But in Living Legend, if you take a card from the Viscera hand, that represents usually way more than that because those hands are scaling exponentially. So I think what Marlin really needs is not new cards, even though she wouldn't complain to have new cards, is a favorable metagame where her harpoons are pulling the weight they need to.
No, that's a really good analysis, and it kind of shows you the ebb and flow of which decks are most prominent, and because of that, which decks are viable. With the latest BNR that LSS did, I think people are kind of expecting a little bit of a shakeup with a downtick in Cindra, like you had mentioned, probably at least a downtick in Verdance. I think in the Calling Hong Kong, which was streamed this weekend, there was a lot of Kayo. It looks like people are still playing Mario, who has some of those non-attacks, but less with the 2 colors of Orb Weaver being restricted. But it'll be interesting to see kind of where the new meta falls and how relevant those various harpoon on-hit effects are. Because I agree with you. I think this is a hero to kind of watch and has some potential. So I guess getting back to the turn here, Bryce continuing with his no blocks, does not care. I think this is the second Raiden swing from Shamir here. The Lumina allowing him to swing it twice, and then when it hits, revealing the top card, putting it into your soul, and I think gaining a life. So a nice little, probably like 18 value turn there. That's pretty good.
It's a 3-card, 15 damage, and gaining with 2 more life. That is very good math.
It's pretty good. I mean, we were kind of memeing on this Bolton deck a little bit, but these Shamir turns have been pretty good.
He's done it in the face of a 17 harpoon with an on-hit, so that is quite impressive.
Yeah, and Bryce is really going to need some form of disruption on this turn, I feel like. 9 is getting into dangerous territory where we are going to have to start blocking soon. Granted, we do still have some armor blocks, but we really need our harpoon to strip something from Shamir's hand. Like attack actions would be good. Yellowfin harpoon, probably also good. Redfin, just not the bluefin, probably not the non-attack actions. But we'll see what Bryce has cooking here, starting with a +3 from Take the Aim. It looks like he actually pitched Yellowfin, so he might already have a harpoon in his arsenal, especially if he's choosing to draw first.
Cracking gold usually a sign of desperation for the Marlin gamer.
Yeah, he could just be digging for pumps, maybe. I mean, I have to imagine there's no way this is not a harpoon in arsenal. Or he would have played any pumps on the front end, probably not pitched the Yellowfin if he didn't have a harpoon. So he is thinking here. He's got, is it 3 cards in hand after drawing 2 cards? Can't quite see. But in the tank, this is a really critical turn, though. Like, if Bryce is not able to do any disruption here, I feel like Shamir is going to kind of run away with this. So he breaks his last gold. His desperation, looking for some non-attacks, finds another Take the Aim, which is just 0 for 3. Pitching a king. Okay, going 3 of a kind. All right. It has 100% got to be a harpoon in there. I guess he's looking for at least 4 pitch, which has got to be pretty likely. Can no longer play non-attacks from hand, though. Looks like he's pitching 2 blues, a second Yellowfin. Not forgetting the hook trigger. Love that, because I doubt that Shamir's going to be able to block out a +10 harpoon. Looks like another king.
Shark.
Yes, the attack actions. Okay, here we go. Now, this is relevant. So we got 10, 16 overpower, and then threatening that attack action card. And we're going to make that 1 gold back from the hook. Most likely, I'd be very impressed if Shamir could block this. Maybe if he's got some more of those soul shields in his hand.
Soul shield and a 3 block would do it, right? Because his armor represents 7 block, including the 1 prevention coming from Soul Bond Resolve.
Ooh, that would be brutal. Yeah, like down 15 life, and he's still got like 3 guards to throw at you on 9. Bryce doing
notably, this would destroy the gold-baited hook from Bryce, and it would also cause him to lose Lone Shark, which would incur either a discard from hand or a 2-life hit. Yeah, in this case, since Bryce has an extra card in hand, so he would just be discarding.
Okay, it looks like Shamir's lining up some blocking here. Maybe trying to get the value from charging a card with the boots there so that he can convert it on his turn. Maybe preserve some soul. I think we said that was the Quicken one. It is interesting, though, and this kind of came up in some of the games I played against Marlin and LL, that you really kind of want to save your armor, because usually these harpoons are very tall, and usually it requires throwing almost all your armor in front of some of these to stop the on-hits, like what we were talking about with the soul shield. So by giving a partial block here, you make yourself a little weaker to being able to stop any of these on-hits later in the game that might be tall, but if it helps you convert your hand and put the gas on while you've got this life lead, I could definitely see the value in that. It looks, I'm trying to see what's in his hand. Bolt of Courage, which he charges. I think that's Bolt of Courage. Kind of hard to see, but he gets that Quicken token from the boots trigger, and he's blocking 6 effectively with the chess piece prevention. Oh, okay, it was...
Oh, that is the other defense fraction, the new one from the Bolton Armor deck. It's not that new.
Saving Grace. Okay, you may charge your hero soul. If you do, it gets -2. So, okay, so he gives it -2, making it 14. And then now he's blocking 3, 6, 7, 9. All right, it was 16.
That is 11. Saving Grace is a base 3 defense, and it gains +2 if you have charged a card. You may also charge a card when you play it. Notably, it doesn't need to see its own charging for the +2 defense to be active. You just need to have charged a card. So Shamir didn't necessarily have to charge from it. But my guess is that since the King Shark Harpoon is hitting anyway, he is trying to
deny that
charge away all the attack action cards in his hand.
No, that is smart, and it shows the power of this Bolton equipment, especially with a lot of these cards that care about, like, we're using charge defensively is what it seems like. Shows him the Lumina, says, you got nothing. And he, really showing him he's got nothing. And I'm assuming that this is going to kind of just be an arsenal reset for Shamir and kind of setting up a monster turn next turn. So the real question for Bryce is going to be, can he kind of keep this tempo, keep chaining this disruption? I think he really pitched 2 strong harpoons. I can't tell which King Kraken it was that he pitched there, if it was the non-attack or the attack, but a lot of the
I believe it was a non-attack.
Okay, good. Get that one out. So we still got 2 of the attack ones. We've got all 3 of the red fins, 1 yellow fin. So really going to need some more disruption here, I think, to stop Shamir from converting this.
And Bryce has carte blanche now because Shamir was forced to block down, and he's just going to put this Lumen Ascension in arsenal with 5 soul and a quicken, threatening a knockout punch if Bryce does nothing. So Bryce gets a little bit forked even if it wants to play a shitty Xmas Present.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. If you think that the game is lost, I think there is a strategy to play it, to give Team Age the lead, to potentially get that 2-win bonus. That could be a play. That isn't out, playing to your series out, but he might be trying to figure out if he can cobble together a turn that can disrupt Shamir enough to save him.
Shamir definitely threatening a monster turn on the way back. Shamir notably a monster deck enjoyer.
Yeah. We love the players who pick the spicy decks. We're not playing Metaslave over here on this show match. We're doing the spicy heroes. None of the top 7, I think, is what Bryce had mentioned when he opened today. So getting to explore some of these more tier 2 heroes and some opportunities for maybe some different builds of these to pop into the meta with the shakeup that we had. Yeah, I got to be honest, I've been really impressed with this Bolton deck. It looks like Shamir is not on the NIMBY package, or maybe it just doesn't come in this matchup. Yeah, Bryce really does need that slow play warning. If you're going to lose, just play the Christmas Present, give up. But yeah, it would be interesting.
He's just premeditating his actions.
Ooh, okay, he's got Guardian of Ataya. Now, surprisingly, I would not have thought this would have gotten a ton of value in this matchup, but Shamir does seem to be playing a reasonable amount of D-Reacts. I'm not sure if he's on any of the 0-for-4s, but at least the light ones.
Yeah, at least 3 Socios and 3 Saving Races, right? Which Authority of Ataya being very good if he has any of these, because the deck doesn't play any blues, I don't think. So Socio would always require 2 cards to pitch. Saving Grace being a 0 cost would also require a pitch, so very good card.
Did he not reload from the gold draw trigger he chose? Oh, because he's got Codex. I see. Okay, now this is one way to get a harpoon that has an effect, because you just get to pick one from your graveyard. So I imagine this is going to be King Kraken for the attack actions. And we're going to be looking at 13 overpower here. Giving him a frailty too, which is honestly pretty relevant for that Lumina, right? Discouraging him a little bit. Also potentially turning off Go Again, right? Because you do need to be greater than base to give it Go Again.
The rating base is 0, so it will always be active, even through a frailty token. But yes, of course, it represents a lot of value. Codex of Frailty remains one of the most busted cards in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Yeah, you can't start with the Raiden, but the Quicken token should allow him to be fine with any attack action he needs to charge. The question is, will he have what he needs after losing an attack action, most likely to this Harpoon? Can't quite see his hand. Looks like he's blocking with a Banneret, which I guess makes sense. Those are attack actions. Really, if Shamir can just keep an attack with charge and a charge card, I think his turn is probably backbreaking, right? Even if it's 3 Go Again into 4/4 plus a couple life draws, that's all the tempo you really need to kind of close this out, I think. It does go with the value block 3, take in 10, it looked like. So Going to get the Go Fish trigger, get a Ponder token. He activated his hook, so he got it from hook as well. And let's see what Shamir is cooking with. He's got Illuminate. Okay. E-Strike. He did have the D-React. Okay, he got him good. And what's really tough for this hand for Shamir is he does not have a charge card, I do not think. Illuminate is just on hit into soul. E-Strike is Gogan. So he has no way to use this.
Production, can we have the card on the right, the new expansions up card on the screen? Because I do not know what it does.
That's not the D-React one? I thought it was the D-React
No,
one.
it's not a D-React. It's not a D-React. D-React's called Saving Grace, and it has Bolton himself front and center with some angelic wings.
It's so hard to tell. They're all yellow, like light cards. And from this, from my view, okay, I do not think it is Battlefront Bastion, but we will we will see what he's cooking here. I mean, the interesting thing is Bryce gets the choice here. I think taking the E-Strike is always correct, right? Because with that Quicken token, E-Strike draw a card could find Shamir what he needs. So definitely don't fault him for taking that. I'm still not quite sure what that yellow card in his hand is. I thought it was maybe the D-React, but, you know, that turn from Bryce was solid. He does choose to arsenal the card from his Ponder token, which is nice, you know, being able to convert those.
All right, I found it, guys. It's called Battlefield Beacon, another bacon for the Bolton deck. When this attacks, choose one for each card you've banished from your soul this combat chain. You may choose the same mode up to 3 times. It's a 0/3 attack action card that comes in yellow only, blocks 3. The modes are create a courage, create a toughness, and create a vigor token. So it is meant to be a chain ender after you have activated Bolton multiple times and banished multiple cards from your soul.
That looks pretty good, although it does not help Shamir with not having a charge card on this turn. I mean, it still looks like he's going to be able to send 7 vanilla damage here, which is not nothing with Bryce at 9, but we are starting to enter a little bit of scary territory here being on 9 as Shamir. You know, if we can get our harpoons to be large, like some of them have been, things could get dangerous here for Bryce. I almost want to
Shabibi has the rating as well to keep this combat chain going. Remember, it will be able to get gold again from Bolton ability. So he's going 3 wide at the least. He could even.
But he has not charged, right? I do think you need to charge to, or is it just going to soul? Because if it's going to soul, we definitely should have blocked that eliminate. I thought it was charged at +3 from the.
Oh, that's a great point. I think you're correct. I need to charge. Yeah, if you charge.
He does have a card in his arsenal. I'm trying to remember.
It's Illumina.
Oh, that's right. Duh. We knew that. So still getting 7 damage in, but unfortunately, this does not make Bryce have to block anything. I almost would have rather. I mean, I guess Shamir saved his gloves block since that is temper, I believe, last turn. And hopefully it doesn't come back where he's short like 1 life or something on an overpower. But I definitely expect to see, you know, any armor blocks coming out next turn to make sure we can get the full life gain from that before this game comes to its conclusion.
Thank you to Ronit Patel in the chat telling us the name of the card, Battlefield Beacon. Patel being one of the most notable clans in Flesh and Blood.
There are a few clans in Flesh and Blood. I will say that, you know, Tarek being a very classy player with a lot of great results. So, okay, this is going to be the turn. Tunic on 3. Every extra resource might help. Let's see how Bryce chooses to navigate this. Going to start by making that token harpoon with Marlin's ability, making me think maybe he's got some tipples or portside exchanges or some way to discard. You know, he could potentially die to Lone Shark. We're going to hope that that does not happen from our peanut gallery call out.
In reality, it's very difficult for this to happen. You can always use Marlin to create the Goldfin harpoon and use that as a buffer for the Lone Shark.
True.
Worst case scenario. But that might be dying as well, right? You don't want to arsenal your Goldfin harpoon.
So this is looking like it might be a really monstrous turn. He gets rid of the token on the big game trophy shot. He's got this Marlin reload trigger. He really needs any harpoon here is pretty good. But if he's got one of the big ones at base 6, this could be the lethal threatened turn. You know, we're already at +4, probably going to get a +4 from the cannon. If we can get to, I guess, theoretically, 16, he's dead without a reaction, right? So that is the magic number, and definitely possible. Looks like he declined the reload trigger to break a gold and draw a card. So maybe he's got some extra blues, looking for more pumps. Maybe he doesn't have the harpoon, which would be not great. Okay. He's going with Codex, and he did not activate the cannon first, which makes me think maybe he's got 2 blues, unfortunately. Although surely there was some way to finagle that. Right? He's got 3 cards. Maybe he just can't convert them all. A 3 of a kind. Interesting. Can't play that if you're
kind of times
Codex.
being the best card in the deck, but also the worst time in the card in the deck sometimes. Oh, and he has 2.
He had another one. Okay. Now, the only thing that's tough here is how do you convert these cards without being able to play non-attacks from hand, right? Like, I assume he loaded his harpoon, right? So we're going to have a cannon activation, but it looks like our harpoon is only going to come in for +8, unless he's on Rain Razors, which I do not think is a popular inclusion. So is that Widowmaker and Catch of the Day getting pitched here for the cannon, and another King Kraken, the attack action one again. Notably about this, we did give Shamir another frailty token, which is definitely relevant here in this very close in-game.
So if Shamir has indeed lined up the monster hand here, just give the armor to block 4, go to... Oh, he cannot because it's
We have to give at least 1 card, yeah, with it being 14. Only 4 block from the armor. The tough thing here, looks like he does have the DX. He charges via the Vanguard, maybe trying to get rid of all of his attack actions. I'm a little concerned that he's not blocking with his gloves here, because I do not think he is going to get that last value block. Okay, he's got another one. So what is it? 5, 10, 13. He blocked it 3 or 1 short?
That is 14. Yeah. That is 14 on the dot.
Yeah, it is -2, right? So it's, I guess he's blocking 9. He gave it -4. So it is 10. So he's taking 1, it looks like. But no cards in hand. The tough thing here for Shamir is he's really banking on Bryce bricking, because he's going to have another 5-card hand. I guess he won't have, or he will get gold, right? Because he is hitting for 1. Oh, no, did he not hit? Are we not counting correctly here?
He did not hit. No, because he brought the attack down to 10, and then he was blocking
9.
Yes, but then the soul bond resolve will.
Oh, because he charged. Yes, the prevent one. We were talking about this. My goodness. Okay, this is tough. Now, at least Bryce does have the extra card we were talking about earlier to discard to Loan Shark, so he does not die. So I guess 1 silver lining about the 3 of a kind that was not super productive. Interesting. Very interesting game. You know, this might honestly... Oh, he discards it.
Oh, he discards it.
Look, you know, we would say it's cringe, but this is a really close game, and I do not think you want to Arsenal that shitty Xmas Present. So Bryce is trying to go for the hand conversion. Triggers his Ponder first, just in case what he draws is a better Arsenal. So very, very good play from him.
Are you able to stack it so you resolve your Ponder before the Loan Shark discard? I believe you are, so...
If they are end-of-turn triggers, I do think that is something you can do. So very interesting interaction-ish there, where if you have no cards, you can prevent death. Kind of similar to the Blood Rot tokens, right? Where if you've got a Ponder, you can pray you draw a blue and pay for it and not die.
Right.
Okay.
Seems like Bryce has had a little too much eggnog and missed that interaction.
Yeah. Could have had 1 more. I mean, I imagine shitty Xmas Present is probably one of the worst cards he can keep in this game state, but
the peanut gallery comes for Bryce.
Yeah, the peanut gallery is not a Bryce enjoyer. Now, this is going to be, I mean, we've been saying it for the last few turns. Bryce needs to find a hand that can convert. He's done it off the back of Codex the last 2 turns, but Shamir has been blocking staunchly here. So looking like a gold to tip for +3 harpoon activation, and just a harpoon or a 3rd Codex. My goodness, this guy is cooking. Somebody check his deck.
I have a Codex user on our hands.
When you play against these decks and they just go Codex turn 1, Codex turn 2, Codex turn 3, you just feel so helpless. Looks like he's discarding a Yellowfin. So really prioritizing that King Kraken Harpoon to really apply the pressure against Shamir and say, hey, I know you need some attack actions to use that Lumina effectively. I'm going to keep trying to take them. So we got another 13 overpower here, I think, which is going to demand at least... I mean, I guess you can only block with 1 card unless you got reaction. So here comes the armor block. We've been talking about it.
Snap block.
And he's going to block with 1 of the yellow Bolton charge cards. So he's blocking 7. The real question here is, does he have a charge card that will gain go again? Because I think the one he blocked with gains go again if you charge yellow which leads me to think that Shamir might have what he needs. He's got, oh my, okay, he's going for points with Bryce being on 2. He's got 2 Cataclysms with 7 cards in Soul. That is brutal.
Celestial Cataclysm being one of, he's being taken to Pound Town. Very good production.
Yeah, he is being taken to Pound Town. That is for sure. So Bryce taking one of those Cataclysms because I think 14 at you is going to be death. He
That leaves Shamir with a bit of an awkward decision.
If I have Ophidia on his ponder token, I mean, I think you can't Arsenal it because then you can't shoot any arrows. You can't activate the harpoon. Oh my goodness. He might be cooked. He might be cooked. We need the gravy hero power here now. My goodness. Now, one slim saving grace is he's got frailty, but I don't think the Lumina is going to be played. It's probably going to be a 7 into 3. And with no arsenal of that Eye of Ophidia, might not be looking great here. So starting with that 7 go again. I'm trying to, must be that face down token must be how Shamir is representing his frailty, but that will not affect this Cataclysm from hand. 7 go again.
Planning for the worst with his Sand Production is having some fun with the cards. I bet Evan Bridges is in the commands.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's cooking the card display, but they're having a fun time. Looks like this must be 7. Is that a premeditate on the bottom? Yeah, so he is blocking the full 7 here to not die. We know Bryce has at least 1 no block in his hand. Yeah, he's going to need a miracle here. I mean, this is just a head jab, but Bryce is going to have to give his last card besides the Eye of Ophidia to not die. It looks like it is a 3. So Shamir able to really, despite Bryce controlling him, find a way to weave his hands to swing back tempo. And if you're Bryce here, I mean, I guess you're praying to God that your gold draw here is insane.
The best card would have been a Trio of a Kind, but I think all of them are gone, right? We saw 2 of them
pitched 1, played 2. Yeah, I think you are correct.
And one of them pitched, yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, you could load a harpoon off of this and use the tunic to shoot it, but I do not think 6 is going to be enough. And there's going to be no way to activate the cannon. I am very fearful that this is going to be the Lumina turn that Shamir has kind of been waiting on. Oh, and it looks like he loads it or is thinking about loading it. I didn't see what he did with the op. Did he keep them on top? Okay, he does. He hits the Kraken, the 2 cost, which I think is about as good as he can do.
So you demand 1 card from Shabibi, but at this point it is looking very, very dangerous.
Yeah, now he did not activate the harpoon, so I think Shamir gets to show his hand. So this Go Fish is probably not relevant.
Unless he has 4 attacks in his hand,
unless he has 4
it
attacks,
will not be relevant.
In which case, that would be unfortunate. So it looks like he's lining up the block he needs here, the minimalist block to not die, which is going to be 1 from the gloves and 3 from a card in hand, which will leave him at 1. Perhaps considering some additional blocking. I mean, at this point of the game, being on 3, if Bryce gets to keep a full grip, I don't really think it matters. Like, he's probably going to overpower you in a way where you're going to die. Okay, and he shows him Beacon, so he does not have to discard. So it does not have all attacks. Perfect way to get around that Go Fish without the cannon activation. And now Bryce has got to pray. Pray for what? I have no clue. But, you know, if Shamir doesn't have a way to give his starting charge card go again, there's maybe a chance. He showed Beacon, though, so I think the odds of that are almost 0. And if that was not bad enough, he's got, I think, go again already from...
That is Beaming Bravado, I believe.
Beaming
the one
Bravado, yeah. Charging
+1
go again.
if you have charge or yellow.
Bryce is going to block 4, and I think that means that this Beacon is going to beat him. I don't know if he forgot about it or just knew that it was going to be inevitable anyways. Shamir thinking about how he should DM him, perhaps.
Shamir showing his shitty Xmas presence in the graveyard.
Okay, they're counting, making sure that they both played 1, an honorable draw, I think. But it looks like this game is going to be going the way of Shamir. He's just thinking about how to get his ass. And the Beacon for 1. Okay, he chooses violence. He wants to use the Lumina. He's been sitting on it for 4 turns. Bryce has been playing solitaire over there, and he's like, you know what? Oh, no, he's going to do more? Okay, he's going to kill him. Okay.
Putting Bryce out of his misery.
Yeah, I guess the first one was for go again with Bolton. This was for a Beacon, I guess, in case somehow he has some kind of reaction. And I think that is going to be it.
Shamir
shows
negotiating, not letting Shamir perform acts of terrorist upon him. So
They do a
well
nice
played
little
to both players.
cheer. Great game, great game. Honestly, very close. That Bolton deck was pretty powerful. Given the slower start for Marlin, where Bryce was down a lot of life, he actually managed to kind of claw it back there with that triple codex turn. But unfortunately, you let off the gas one turn, and that Lumina Shamir was sitting on just kind of coming in clutch.
Very impressed with the defense directions that Bolton has access to.
Yeah, and I think
Saving
with
Grace and Soul Shield coming in very clutch to stop
Yeah,
those big
that-
on hits and counteract the overpower mechanic from Marlin.
Yeah, very valuable equipment. Maybe some things that I had not considered as much, but you have block 2, 4, 7, 9, plus however many times you charge defensively. Like pretty good equipment suite. Some synergy with a lot of those new armory cards and some of the expansion slots that Bolton's been getting. I think Bolton, one of those heroes we could say, very interested in what his compendium support might be, because that looked kind of good.
All right, Alex,
All
it's
right,
been a pleasure casting with you.
A classic,
Sorry,
I was going to say, it's been great casting with you too, Guy. I think just pointing out, now the series is 1-3, so I guess we're really hoping that the Christmas Present 2-win wager that we put on is in fact legal, so that our last game here can be a potential win. So, okay, production is saying that they are allowing it, which means that in Game 5, which I'm not quite sure who's playing, if the team age member can win and play more shitty Patrick versus Pierre, if they can win and play more shitty Christmas presents, there is hope. There is hope. But stay tuned, and we'll be back with more after this short
Cheers,
break.
my friend. Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Alrighty, welcome back to round 5 of the AG Sigil show match. We've got another good one for you today. This time it is going to be Dagger Central. We have Patrick Rubalcava versus Stefano Berian on Fang versus Katsu. It's going to be a high-octane show match, and with us being even on the bauble count, we are going to have a bit of a nail-biter finish, because I hear from the studio whoever gets the most baubles, or rather most shitty Xmas Presents played, gets 2 points. So even with us, a little bit in the back seat here on a 1 and 3, we do still have the opportunity to clutch it up with both victories achieved. So that's what I'm hoping for today. But either way, it's going to be a good one. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm excited. I actually can't tell who's favored. I know Stefano's bringing some spice. He might not be on daggers, is all I know.
Okay.
But
yeah. Fair.
We have not seen Katsu play in like ages. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it's gonna look like.
No, for sure.
We'll just be here for the ride.
We had the Ira Armory deck come out. I guess it's been a couple months now, and that Edge of Autumn and that new tech. I hear some Katsu have been playing it, so I don't know. Maybe that's the new build. Edge, get that repeated +1 to the attack reaction, and just push through the big turns. I think that's what we're really going to try and see from Katsu, is that one big turn where he can go way over the top of what Fang can try and block. Because I hear when he's online, he is Value Town Central.
Oh yeah. Now I think the advantage of not playing Kodachis is really the fact that you can spam the Okana wraps, right? The new Ira arm piece. I think spamming this and having it threatening throughout multiple turns is just quite a big upgrade. That's my assumption, but we'll see how that plays out for sure.
For sure. And it's definitely going to be quite the dance in denying those on hits, because to bring it back, it does have to be, I believe, a card with Vengeance in its name. And Katsu doesn't tend to play a lot of those in his combo lines. They really have to be either chain enders, or Katsu got this new card called, I believe it's Retrace the Past, and you can name that anything, including Vengeance cards. My favorite one to name is, of course, Waning Vengeance, the Enigma card that still has Vengeance in its name and thus still counts for re-equipping.
It's kind of interesting how Katsu has received an expansion slot like the past few sets, and then the last one is just a 0 for 5 yellow. We'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, looks like we are just about ready to get into it. So let's get down to the feature match area with Fang versus Katsu. It's gonna be good.
Look at both of them running the Christmas hat.
I know.
Playing the Christmas meta as hard as possible.
Yeah, they're all suited up. Haven't seen the Katsu image in a while now. It's been
I know. Yeah.
In a minute. All right, and you're right. Yep, that is the Okana Scarabs there, Edge of Autumn. And
yeah,
it looks like the pretty much actually honestly fully leaning into that big offensive overlap turn with Heart and Cross Drop plus Mask of the Pouncing Links. That's going to allow us to go sort of 2 chain links wider than you would hope. Like it is a free Surging Strike, and it is a free pretty much anything, to be honest, with the Mask of the Pouncing Links. So
it's looking like Stefano is going to play for a big push turn, right? I would assume that this matchup is quite a race. With Fang having so much armor, the classic warrior fridge. I can see how spiking damage on one turn is a good game plan. So hopefully we'll see a huge turn from Stefano here, running cross trap.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's starting out with an Oath of Loyalty. I mean, that's a pretty good Fang card. It turns on most of his attack reacts. A lot of them want to be on that second chain link, but unfortunately, it does not allow him to play a shitty Xmas Present, which would have been pretty good on a turn 0 play here. Alas, we haven't seen that yet.
This is quite fair, actually. Fang I think probably is one of the heroes with the most extra APs in the game, right? Like you play a Draconic React on a second dagger, and oftentimes you don't do anything. So I would expect the Patrick here to have an advantage in playing out the shitty Christmas presents. Once he reacts on a second dagger, he can just play the shitty Christmas presents there. So we'll see how that runs, but. He might be a favorable matchup in terms of the shitty Christmas presents.
True. And hey, that's what we're counting on. Although there's only a maximum of 3 in each deck, so potentially if Stefano keeps this going long enough and Katsu churns through his deck pretty fast, he could guarantee at least a tie on presents given.
That's true. And there's also the angle where Stefano or Patrick just blows up the other super fast, right? And nobody sees any Christmas presents. So this is going to be a fascinating nail biter of a game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like Stefano is starting with the Edge of Autumn here. Pitching a red, though. That's not cool to see.
Yeah, pitching a red's not ideal. Pitching the 1-cost reds, usually, honestly, a lot of times the Descendant Gustwave is a totally fine starter, but if I had to guess, he's looking to just play 0 cost and doesn't have any extra resources in hand. But this is one of the premier new cards from the Ira CC deck, and that is Seek Vengeance. It's essentially a 0 for 5 almost if they don't block, just because you get that free Scar Raps value. And the neat thing about Scar Raps is if you tap it to banish it and you re-equip it, you can attack with it again and keep triggering those combo synergies to keep going even wider.
Yeah, and Stefano, I would assume, is probably not going to spam the Okana because Fang does play a lot of reacts in his main deck, at least the latest list I've seen. So I would assume that Stefano is going to play a bit not too greedy and with the Okana and try to not get baited. So I couldn't see Stefano not using his Okana here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's totally fair. And when we were leading up to this match, Patrick was talking about how and lamenting, like, oh man, I could have brought a worse deck. I didn't realize we had Vincent and Tough Nut in that, but I mean, his second option though was Max, which is a little bit tough with Xmas Presents because you put a non-mech card on top of the deck, and I think that messes just about everything up.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. So Stefano here is getting Bonds, right? Is that Bonds or no Gustwave?
That is
Second Wind.
Gustwave the Second Wind.
Yeah.
I would say this is probably just him tutoring for a 0 for 4, similar to I believe they used to play Flusterfist in this slot, and just wanting to kind of conserve like the big threats. You know what I mean? Because his other 0 for 4s I think have like other utility uses. Like if you tutor out another Seek Vengeance, it could have Go Again. It could have on hits here. Whereas Gustwave the Second Wind is pretty solidly just a card you can play, get value out of, and potentially bring it back on the combo turn, because a lot of times in that combo turn, you're going to be popping those boots, those Breeze Rider boots, and that's going to give all your attacks with combo Go Again. So if you ever want to do like a double Bonds line or whatever, getting that first Bonds to banish the Gustwave the Second Wind and find another one, it essentially turns it into a 0 for 4 Go Again, and it is... Well, actually, now with the new Katsu card, not quite, but it is, I suppose, the second most efficient preemptive Bonds line that you can find.
Yep. So just using the Katsu trigger for value here, getting the 0 for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Patrick is starting with a tiny swing for 1. Let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly, playing that Relentless Pursuit early on really focused on getting to that 3 fealty here. And I think with Long Whisker Loyalty, I'm pretty sure he said mark on hit, reapplying the mark. This could be Patrick online as early as this, turn 2?
Yeah, it's looking quite good here. I mean, 2 fealties, the first real turn of the game. That's quite good. And notably, he lost 3 value on that, on keeping the relentless pursuit, right? So his game plan is looking like just speedrunning the fealties as fast as possible and really racing Stefano.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Absolutely.
3 fealties here achieved.
Oh man,
That's big.
wow! And it looks like he did it. So that is daggers free for the rest of this game.
Yep.
That's a big power.
Well, as
spike.
long as he doesn't whiff,
Well,
right?
yeah,
As long as he, yeah.
as long as he doesn't whiff. Yeah. What are the odds of that, though? I mean, you know.
Yep.
He did put 3 more misses in his deck. Those shitty Xmas Presents are notably not draconic. So not quite.
That's true. Yeah.
Not quite the good fealty generators there.
So now Patrick basically has the best 2-card hands in the game, where he just swings dagger, react, swings dagger, react, and come in for between 8 to 10 damage. That's really strong. And you add the dynamo to that, it just makes it so overrate. He can try to push through Katsu's efficient aggressive lines. Notably, Katsu not being able to block well. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
And look at this, Stefano trying to go for the big turn, pops his cross wrap before he even sees the harmony, and that is another shitty Xmas Present banish.
Man, that is bad for the shitty Christmas presents race.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Not only can he not play 3 of them, also fully just used a card to banish 1 card from his deck. Now, notably, it is still an Art of War type effect. Gives +1 to combo cards. And he does have 3 more, though. I don't know. He might not commit to this as much. Now that he's
I agree.
seen that this is a whiff here. We're gonna see.
I agree.
Now, it looks
But
like
he's still using cross wrap here is quite committal, right? Because it implies that he's looking to have his big turn here. Maybe he just didn't draw the blue. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is still quite. I mean, he's playing towards the big turn here. I would assume.
Absolutely. And we see Patrick actually respecting that. It looks like Surging Strike only comes in for 5. And we have a block 6 trying to play around like that Okana Scar Wraps that we see, which is actually not usable in the previous iteration of Katsu because that breaking scale was only on a card with combo. So you actually couldn't use this on Surging Strike. So it's really interesting to see this sort of little niche interaction unlocked, and here we have it. Legacy plus Okana. Ooh, but Shelter from the Storm, a perfect response. We had Stefano,
that's huge here.
Yeah, basically wasting an entire card off Legacy of Ikaru just to get that seemingly guaranteed Katsu tutor, and Patrick's able to just block that and keep 2 damage prevention up, which is going to be really big for this now 0 for. Oh, I guess it's 0 for 5. Oh, this is awkward. Still good. You see Patrick cashing in the equipment. Just kind of going.
Yeah, use the Warrior Fridge here to pulling some heavy lifting. The Whelming Gust Wave for 5 is still, or for 4 here, is still tough, and he has to play around possibly the +1. But here, I would assume that the Fang is in a good spot here. He's blocking most of the combo. Stefano with 1 card in hand. Yeah, this is looking rough.
Yeah, this might just be nearly the end of the turn. Except I don't know, maybe a bonds. Honestly, this could be a bonds considering the commitment, but still, like that is the turn kind of shut down. Patrick's still at 31. Katsu hasn't even triggered, and I guess won't have an opportunity to this turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, funnily enough, the cracked baubles are actually really interesting against Fang because now that Fang doesn't pitch for resources, he doesn't.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
that's a big. Yeah, that's a big negative of playing Fang here. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the best the cracked baubles can do are, I guess, pitch 1 to Grains, pitch 1 to Bracers, which is not bad. But still, that is a guaranteed miss you're putting on top of the deck, and a guaranteed card he has to keep in hand, along with that presumably Draconic Attack React to be able to even have his turn there. It could be an interesting sort of Katsu setup line. Not something they normally see.
So this is quite interesting here. So he plays Retrace the Past, and he comes in for 5 because of the harmony. But here, Patrick only has 2 cards left in hand and no armor to block with, right? So this is quite interesting where Patrick has to choose. Does he want to keep the 2 fealties or let Stefano hit and potentially use Mask here? This is quite a conundrum Patrick is in.
Mm-hmm. And actually, not just Mask. Something you mentioned a little bit in the pregame was that he can name this Vengeance, and I think we just got that confirmation.
Yep.
And if he names his Vengeance and this hits, this also re-equips that Edge of Autumn, basically for free, even without actually having to play the Vengeance cards. So this is
that's
actually
huge.
A pretty big on hit here.
Yep.
Yeah, and with Patrick going down to 26 or 27, pardon me, with the Shelter from the Storm, this is actually not so bad. You know what I mean? Like he burned that cross route.
This is quite good.
But yeah, that's still having the Mask the Pouncing links, and also not even using its bonds, which are I think really a limited quantity, with only the reds being unbanned, means that this he could do it. You know what I mean? Just like one more big turn after this, and Patrick pretty much is out of armor here, so he won't be able to cover up quite so easily.
I mean, already Patrick is. I mean, there's a huge difference between having the 2 blocks on your equips up and having 1 blocks, right? Like the here the gloves and the chest are just blocking 1. I mean, now he went from having how much 7 armor up to 3, which is quite a big difference. Like Katsu shredding armor early like this, I would assume, that's he likes that.
Oh, absolutely. Alrighty, now here we have the return swing. He did keep 2 cards. This is still definitely looking to be an offensive turn, and perhaps that's Patrick's game plan is now that he's online. Oh my gosh, and a Hunt's End. That 0 for 6. Hey, Katsu could set up these big turns, but he has to be alive to have them. And if he ever has to start blocking with cards, then I think his time is kind of run out. Now, fortunately, it's a long way away. He was at 36 here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but...
I mean, hey, a 1 card 6 is still very good, right? That's how you get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if that's 6 cards, that's like 3 turns, of value math here. That's not bad.
And notably, with 2-handed warrior, you always have to count the dynamo in the map, right? Like here, he's doing a 2 card, 6 plus... We don't know yet what is the card is.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Just Sigil.
Yep,
okay.
Sigil. Okay, cool. So he's doing a 2 card 11 here, right? Like that's pretty insane value. So if his game plan is just to block 2, send 2, that's he might be winning exchanges over the game.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about even just the most recent calling that I believe won on Verdance. One of her biggest moves is Felling of the Crown, and that's honestly about rated at like a 2 card 11, with 8 from the attack and maybe about 3 from the bottom area card. And just right here with a Hunt's End and a Sigil, Patrick's able to replicate that and keep up his fealties for the next turn. And he's able to do that, I would say, somewhat consistently. With the 0 for 4s, 0 for 5s, given the 1 from the dagger and the +1 from the draconic chain link, that is not bad.
Yep, 100%. This is a very, very good shout. I mean, everybody knows how egregious Felling of the Crown can be, right? Just completely overrate card, and people online and in person always cry when you play it. It's not talked about enough, but Fang can achieve similar numbers, right? And Earth's power really revolves around this Felling. So yeah, I don't know. Fang can get back in with very good overrate mid-range game plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and looking at this mid-range game plan, I was not expecting Katsu to be doing this, sending a 2 cost for 6 with 2 cards in hand. Is this a pummel? It couldn't be, right?
I hope it's pummel, but I don't know what to expect here. To be honest, this is quite interesting.
That would be spice here.
I wonder if Stefano played towards the ancestral empowerment plus Breeze Rider Boots angle. Maybe he's looking, to cheese Patrick a bit and play for the +1.
Yeah.
That's what I'm assuming happened here. He looked for a cheese angle against Patrick. Maybe Patrick, if he didn't block correctly, Stefano get to Breeze Rider boots.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, some of Fang's cards don't block very well. Like, he definitely plays the big suite of D-Reacts, but he also plays some 2-blocks and some non-blocks, as I think some of his best cards, like reading online, like Pledge Fealty, or whatever the other one is, the 0 for 3 instant. They're above rate, but they do have downsides. And you never know if Stefano keeps sending these pretty big attacks like with these Enact Vengeances, it's very possible that Patrick doesn't quite have the response.
Well, notably, this is almost more fascinating to me, the fact that I'm assuming that Stefano played towards the Breeze Rider boots line last turn, but he didn't block with them. So now he's blocking with them. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he forgot to block with them earlier, but this is quite interesting.
Yeah.
Here it looked like the Breeze Rider boot didn't really stop any on hits or whatever. He's just blocking for value.
Mm-hmm. And maybe this could be a sign. Yep, another Ancestral Harmony.
Another shitty.
Go. Okay.
Actually hit. Okay.
That's pretty good. That is Ancestral Harmony is currently a 0 for 4 with no additional cards played. 0 for 4 blue. And with 4 cards in hand, this could be the turn. This could be it, where Stefano steps on the gas and just kind of really goes for it. He has Scar Wraps, he has Boots, he still has Links. And we still haven't seen those bonds. Yeah. And looking at Patrick's hand, I think I see a Sigil, which is a pretty good card, but notably does not block. So this could be rough.
Sigil against Katsu seems kind of like a greedy include to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I would just try to have as many 3 blocks in my deck as possible and as little zero blocks as possible against Katsu, right? I'm not a Fang player, but I would assume that against Katsu you don't want to be caught like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe that means that Patrick has to kind of shift his game plan a little bit if he's expecting that he's just going to have to let some of these hit. I mean, Sigil's a versatile card in Fang, don't get me wrong. But yeah, definitely it has its downsides. And even though it's, I think, just kind of the spice of the month that we've seen, in Fang and in Kasai and in some of these other decks.
Yep.
It's, I think it hasn't always been in the meta, and I think it's for this kind of very reason, is that sometimes it's just a 0 for 3 red, and that's just kind of okay rate.
Exactly. Yeah. It does allow you in Fang though to convert an extra fealty to be 1 value, right? Where you play the Sigil with a fealty on it, and then your dagger has +1, go again, and you gain 3 life. So essentially it becomes a 0 for 4 with a fealty. So it's a pretty good card, for sure. But here it's looking a bit tough.
Yeah, and interesting enough, you see that smoke out to cover up the Katsu activation, really just trying to not let Stefano tutor at all costs.
Basically the smoke out here worth 1 value. Now, honestly, it could be worth more, right? Because if he completely stops Stefano from converting and having the Katsu trigger, could be worth more. But here, at the moment, smoke out is worth 1 value. So really trying to deny the on-hit.
Absolutely. And I think we're getting into a bit of an interesting situation here, where if Patrick chooses to block this and Stefano does have that next piece of the combo line, Patrick's out of cards to block with, and that could allow Stefano with the next card, which is, among others, Whelming Gust Wave. That could allow him to just draw a card and keep going, and Patrick may just be kind of off it because he just doesn't have cards, and that could even allow him, potentially, if you hit with Whelming Gust Wave or the triggers, discard to Katsu to find Bonds, that could find a dishonor. We could see Fang's hero ability being turned off in real time.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see.
Yeah.
I'm assuming here though that Stefano is gonna end up hitting. Patrick is. It looks like here he's in a tough spot, right? Because he has one card in hand, and does he want to lose 3 fealties if he blocks this? It's rough, right? The armor doesn't cover 5, so this could be quite a fascinating turn out of Stefano.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man. Oh yeah, and it's even more. It's 6 go again. Ancestral Harmony. Once again, coming in pretty clutch here. Now, notably, if Patrick were to do the line with making Sigil of Solace Draconic, he would go below 3 fealties. But thanks to that smoke out, he could get it back, and that could mean that it's not quite as bad. But here we go. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx popped, and this could be a dishonor. I don't know. I mean, we have the Surging Strike, we have the Gust Wave, we have the Katsu trigger. I don't know, guys. This seems like it's looking good.
Yeah. And I also almost wonder, right? Because in Patrick's shoes, I wonder if Patrick is thinking, okay, now it's kind of late in the game. Late in the game as in most of Stefano's equipment is spent. I'm just gonna let all of this damage go through, eat this turn, and then hopefully I can maybe play a mid-range game plan and kind of grind Stefano out of the game. And I actually wonder if maybe he saw that game plan earlier in the turn and decided against it. Because he did block with quite strong cards, right? Like Deceiver Bloodshed here blocking 3. I almost wonder if it was correct to keep it and just try to have a strong 2-card hand and just eat all this damage.
I could see that. Now, I may have gotten a little bit ahead of myself here. Dishonor does actually require Descendant Gust Wave, not just any Gust Wave like Bonds does.
Yep.
Although we could still see this happen. We do have the Katsu trigger, and we do have the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger, but we do also have that Bonds trigger. So potentially we could see Bonds grabbing a card, and if there is a dishonor in the graveyard, which I'm not sure about, but if there is, we could see Mask of the Pouncing Lynx getting Retrace the Past, name Descendant Gust Wave, and the Katsu trigger find Bonds, banish dishonor, find dishonor, and then play it out. And here we go, Retrace the Past. That could allow him to fix this combo line, or really just tutor into anything. Retrace the Past allows you to have a lot of niche cards in that combo deck. And I've seen everything from like a Flood of Force to just, again, like Flusterfist, like we've seen, but this time with combo turned on, to just kind of whatever we want. So we're gonna see in a second what he decides to name here. But either way, this is 5 with go again, and Patrick's life total is gonna be rapidly dipping here.
Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks of old school, early MST meta Zen, like with the harmony being worth like 10 value over the turn. This is giving me flashbacks, man.
Yeah.
PTSD.
Oh man, this could be tough. Although no Katsu. Oh, he just has the Bonds naturally. Okay, no need for the discard.
Yep.
5
this is
more
the
go
turn
again. Yep. Oh no.
And Patrick has to just hold his feet, right? Just keep that card, keep that sigil, and he cannot do anything besides block 2 with equipment and hope that this combo doesn't completely go out of control.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is I think after he takes this, he'll be down to 13, down to, with Seek Vengeance, down to 8, and then he gets the re-equip. Ooh.
Yeah.
17 life down. Not looking great. Although, to be fair, he's not out yet. Katsu has popped all of his equipment here, pretty well, including Breeze Riders, but the main pieces, you know. So it's very possible that Patrick, you know, if he perhaps draws into a couple of those 0-4D reacts we haven't seen yet, and if Katsu stumbles a little bit, it's possible he gets back into this game, or at the very least, plays one shitty Xmas Present to give us 2 more points so that we don't lose as badly. Which, either or, really.
Yeah, Stefano kind of spent, you know, all of his equipment on this one pop-off turn. And actually, Patrick at 8 life, I don't think is in that bad of a spot. I mean, he's losing a fealty here by, you know, having to use it on the sigil. But as you said, Stefano is marked, and you know, I think Patrick is going to get that fealty back. And
Oh,
yeah,
I
shitty
thought
Christmas
this was a sigil. But
Me as
shitty Xmas
well.
Present with draconic shitty Xmas Present to keep his fealties around. Now that is wild. I don't think I've seen that one before. I was just lamenting about, oh, you know, he can't play Oath of Loyalty because what's he going to do with the shitty Xmas Present? But why not? What are you going to do about that? Make it draconic anyway.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Katsu is actually quite good to deal with this kind of disruption of putting, you know, the crack bubble on top of the deck, because he ends up shuffling his deck most turns. So he's not going to be directly disrupted by this bubble. Patrick here is trying to edge the win, edge the moral and win of the Christmas presents.
Yeah. Although depending on how many more turns this goes, we could also see this going badly for Katsu if he keeps drawing the cracked bauble, because every time he shuffles his deck, he could put it back on top.
Yeah, there's a world where Patrick here stalls the game, goes long, and then Stefano is in like quite an egregious spot where he keeps just drawing the crack bubbles since he shuffles the deck. It's a double-edged sword.
Absolutely. Ooh, an ancestral empowerment to get this over. Oh, but wait, that's the crack bubble.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
much for the Katsu tech. It's going right
Well, at least
into
he
the
knew what he
hand.
was drawing, right?
Yeah. Oh man, and unfortunately,
now
cannot discard this to Katsu.
Exactly. I was gonna say crack bubble doesn't have a cost, so he cannot you know cycle it out of his deck. He has to pitch it probably to the edge of autumn, I'm assuming.
Oh, and here we go, pitching it. I think to the Be Like Water trigger, actually, to name this presumably Surging Strike. I suppose you could name Head Jab or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's going to allow him to continue his line with a Katsu discard. This isn't going to be a huge turn. He only has one more card in hand in this banished card, but that still could be big. Actually, potentially could still even be a Bonds if he's really playing towards that. And Patrick, actually under 3 fealty, does need to keep cards to swing. He can't quite do that 2-card 11 yet that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that's true. He has an uphill battle to climb here. 2 fealties is so much worse than 3 fealties. I mean, he has to keep an extra card to pitch, right? And Stefano can start to play the game a bit slower as well. And you know, if Patrick keeps keeping 2 cards, that's quite readable. You know, as when you play against 2-card warriors. So it's, I would assume that Stefano could adjust his game plan and just start to block and keep him away from that, you know, 3rd fealty.
Absolutely. And if we ever do see Patrick having to full block and give up the fealties entirely, then Stefano can take it even slower, because now Patrick doesn't have an easy way back into the game. He would have to rebuild that from scratch. And if Patrick at 7 life, that's a possibility. 7 life, 2 block on equipment. It's not very much.
Yeah.
And we have a Descendant Gust Wave for 5 coming in.
So here, Stefano, does he have 1 or 2 or 0 floating? because he's paying 1 here, right?
I believe he's
Oh
paying
no, because
0 because it was a surging
yeah,
strike.
Yep, that's right.
So yeah, 1 floating could fit in an Edge of Autumn swing depending on the card here. And yeah, another block
Blocking
2.
2
Yeah.
here. That's rough.
Not ideal. Man, is he up for blood here? Activating a Scarf Wrap? Surely not. Okay, yep, taking 3.
Scar Wrap is it's starting to look quite quite impactful to have the Okana up. Patrick at 4, he's gonna soon have to start playing around the +1 from Okana. So this is
Yeah.
This is what they call being in a blender.
Absolutely. We might not have Kadachi lock anymore, but we have a new one. Edge
Yeah, exactly.
locked.
Edge locked.
Yeah. Now, we did talk about this earlier about Patrick potentially playing sigils in his deck, and although they don't block, they do allow you to get out of some of these situations.
True. That's true. That's a very good point. Actually, getting out of this, luck of the Okana probably has quite a big, amount of value to it. Maybe over the 3 healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And here,
Needing to block awkwardly, maybe.
yeah.
Sigil can get you out of those weird spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And here we go. Patrick up to 3 fealty with pledge fealty, allowing him to swing a dagger, and then right up to 4 after he removes that mark. So now Patrick's sitting pretty comfortably. This is going to be 4th go again into 1, reset Dynamo, and now he has a pretty, I don't want to say solid, but at least decent game plan of being able to block with potentially 3 cards, and just send the last one, reset Dynamo, and just kind of keep going at it, keep churning away.
We talked about how much better it is to have a 3 fealty versus 2, but 4 and 3 is another important breakpoint of fealty counter, because if ever Patrick whiffs on a react, he gets to use that extra fealty, that 4th fealty, to keep the rest around, be it for a scar tissue or any type of non-draconic card.
Mm-hmm. Even a shitty Xmas Present, he can play another one.
Yeah, as we saw, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh man, and once again, Patrick just kind of forcing Stefano to use those scar wraps, saying, if you want that Katsu trigger, that's fine, but if I'm going down to 2, you're probably not getting that Edge of Autumn back, and that could be, honestly.
And Stefano does it.
Yep. Oh, and here we go, shelter from the storm, covered up.
Yeah, this is a perfect counter here. Stefano got baited into the scar wrap, and the shelter is here to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice play.
Yeah, very nice. And even withholding it through the Edge of Autumn attack, saying, I'm going to take 1 damage just to make sure that you try to go for this, so that I can deny it.
Stefano, though, how many cards is that? 2 cards in hand still.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite good. I wonder if Patrick is even able to keep a card here. I mean, being at 3.
Yeah, I don't know. This could be tough. He has 1 prevention from shelter here. He's going to have 1 more prevention and potentially 2 block on armor. Now that Grains, it's a good card, but when you're above 3 fealty, it doesn't quite get the same use that it normally would. So we could see, if we see another kind of sort of middling attack that's maybe about 3 or 4, we could see just an armor block and shelter from the storm. Ooh, this is one of the middling attacks of all time. 2 damage coming in.
I bet Patrick is happy about this. Just leaking 1 here, keeping a card. That's very good for Patrick, I would assume.
Yeah.
And also, this is one big thing about this matchup I would think is Fang, like here clearly Patrick's trying to play a longer game and trying to draw the game out. And Katsu's deck actually gets quite a bit worse over time. I mean, he has to discard sometimes good zero cost cards to fetch, combo pieces, and which means that he's just cycling through good cards quite fast. And Katsu's endgame without Kodachi lock, I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, and not even without just that Kodachi lock, without even the Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? I would assume Patrick is trying to keep his Grains block to be on a Vengeance card, and then you're really trying to deny that, Stefano to bring back the Edge of Autumn.
Yeah,
I think that's probably what he's keeping that Greens block for, right?
absolutely. And we see, I think, a really smart play here. Patrick blocked with his Hunt's End, presumably keeping perhaps one of the less efficient reacts in hand, purely because it probably blocks less. Hunt's End's a great card, but at this point, the extra damage is probably not quite as relevant as one extra life. Even if it was a pretty cool 0 for 7 with 2 dagger swings and a dynamo.
So do you know what card is in his hand currently? What did he keep over the Hunt's End?
I don't, although if I had to guess, it's going to be some kind of reaction or instant he can play. Yep, looks like it's a scar tissue. Yeah, and if I had to guess, blocking 2 because he blocked that Hunt's End. And scar tissue, he spent a fealty, but he's getting it right back with that mark. And this is not a bad turn. This is actually still 7 value. And net
it's
neutral
quite good,
fealty.
right?
Yeah.
and here the scar tissue is this is the power of the 4th fealty as well, right? Like he was able to convert that fealty to use scar tissue, which is not draconic, and it also helped him block 3 on Stefano's turn. So here that 4th fealty allowed him the flexibility to have a bit more decisioning in his turn cycle.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're seeing Stefano blocking with these cards that, he's trying to go on the offense, but he just probably doesn't have that go again necessary to really use all 5 cards here. Oh, yep, and here we go. Just playing the shitty Xmas Present, tying up the game on Xmas Presents given, and setting up fully, giving Patrick a 4-card hand.
Okay, so this is a very interesting spot to me, because here Stefano knows that Patrick is going to have a 0 block in his next hand. So is Stefano just trying to set up for the kill turn next turn, and knowing that Patrick has a no block next turn?
Yeah, that's very possible, because if Patrick can't kill him, and from 17 he probably can't, then yeah, next hand he's gonna have a non-block, and he's gonna have a non-block that he might not be able to pitch either, because again, exactly. Those daggers are free.
Well, now he might. I mean, it depends, right? He has some avenues to pitch it with Braveforge Bracers or Grains if he doesn't use it, but I have to say that it's likely if Patrick survives the next turn, he might just arsenal the bubble.
That's very fair. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. We don't even need any Creeper's Promise of Plenty shenanigans. You can just get them to put it in there by themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We saw those 2 Rune Blades trying to with Kieran trying to his whole game plan trying to put a bauble in the opponent's deck. In your deck, actually, right?
Yeah.
His game plan was to put a bauble in your arsenal, but we couldn't see it. But now Stefano is kind of about to do this, maybe, to Patrick, just by default of trying to get that bubble out of the hand.
Yeah, it's very possible, and this looks like a pretty middling turn from Patrick. I mean, these cards like Relentless Pursuit block well, but unfortunately don't quite do the same thing. And here we go, just to hunt the hunter. It's it's a 1 for 5, it's a mark, but this is not lethal. And with the Vigor token coming up for next turn, funnily enough, that Crack Bauble is even harder to get out of the hand Because not only can you can't just pay with grains, you have to do grains and bracers. And that requires go again.
I wonder why Patrick decided to make that vigor. Actually, maybe he has a use for it. I'm not sure, but drawing into the bubble here can make it a bit awkward. It can make it a bit awkward to get it out, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man. All right. Well, this is Katsu's 5-card hand. You know, I mean, this is the turn. I think
5 cards versus 3 cards. Let's see it.
Yeah. And pitching the third Xmas present. He's done with giving gifts. He's locked in on one thing and one thing only. And that
Well,
is
now if he goes for the kill, right? 6 presents to 6. He might just be thinking, okay, you know, if I kill Patrick now, then everything's tied up and he wins.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Absolutely. And here we got a good showing of overcrowded, blocking 4 on 4. And just kind of allowing Patrick to stay in this. No armor block committed
Very
yet.
nice.
Yeah. That could be very nice. Sink below to sink the cracked bauble?
Very nice.
Oh my goodness. Yep. This is why I made the vigor token. That is huge. Now Patrick has 3 real cards to defend with. Oh my god, the natural combo. Okay.
That's huge.
Got hits on both sides, it seems.
Stefano has, 3 cards left? No, 2 cards left. But he's getting a third one from Bonds. So, yeah, this is looking quite rough for Patrick. Even if he had the line with sink below, thinking the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting tutor a card out of the deck, this could be anything. This could, if I had to guess, this could be a time for Tempest Palm Gust Wave to come in. We outside of Bonds of Ancestry, you don't actually see too many like natural go-agains that come about out of this. Like it's very possible to see things like Breeze Rider Boots popped, but a lot of these like combo finishers, like Dishonor, for example, or even just tutoring out any random 0 for 4, don't quite have that natural go again. So it's going to be interesting to see what he tutors out here.
And notably, I mean, Breeze Rider Boots, you have to actually hit as well. Oh, and you're right? Like he gets a 0 for 4, no go again, but he has to hit for Breeze Rider Boots to be active. So here Patrick might be thinking, okay, let's try to block him out and deny this Breeze Rider Boots. I mean, if Stefano is allowed to convert his entire hand, it's looking a bit rough.
Absolutely. And it looks like, okay, we grabbed the Seek Vengeance here. Okay, yep, just another 0 for 4. Notably, I think, I didn't realize it, but last turn, that was the Scar Wraps blocked with, which means that this really is just a 0 for 4. So, yeah, this is it. He's just going for damage, and 4/4/4 has been responded with 4/4/4 block.
Yeah. I think Patrick here is holding on to dear life and trying to really stop those on hits. This is. I didn't realize. Yeah, you're right. But blocking with Okana is quite committal. I would say.
Yeah.
That might have been a punt actually from Stefano's perspective, blocking with Okana.
It is possible. We'll see. He's definitely pretty healthy here. I don't think he expected Patrick to just kind of go 5 and pass, but yeah, definitely this could be tough. Now, notably, Patrick does have to block this one out too, because if you play an attack like play an attack like Seek Vengeance or Dishonor, and it hits, then you can pop the Breeze Rider Boots and give it go again in damage to allow him to continue going.
Yep, exactly.
Yes, this looks like, if I had to guess, this looks like this has to be a Grains block, or else you take 4 extra damage here.
I think you just have to commit Grains here, and also, I mean, Dishonor is online, right?
I think
so. You cannot let it hit, right?
I think it's actually not, because that's not a Descendant Gust Wave. That is a gust wave with a second wind.
Hmm.
Which,
Okay.
yeah, there's a lot of weird things with combo lines here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I see. Dishonor specifically mentions Descendant. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we really have all the permutations. LSS is like just giving us those Surging Strike extenders and extra lines and gust waves and stuff.
Yeah.
We really have every flavor here. Yep, and oh man, look at this. 2 cards.
The Vigor here is looking good.
Yeah.
Patrick just converted that Vigor to be worth 1 damage, and we kind of hit-hucked him for making that Vigor, but he's actually big braining us here. You have to think below all along.
Absolutely. Now, I wonder, potentially, if Patrick's getting a little bit more comfortable, if he'll not kill Stefano so that he can find his Xmas presents so that he can win the race. Because again, if we are trying to, win the overall, we're even right now, and we need to win the presents given race as well. So that could be a potential line here. Is Patrick
And Stefano has
out?
pitched. Stefano has pitched 2 shitty Christmas presents, right? I mean, he's played 1, but I think he's seen the other 2.
Yes, one was banished and one was pitched.
Yes, that's right. So there's only 1 left in his deck. Now, he's shuffling a lot, so he could see it again. But Patrick, if he plays the long game, could edge out this win and this presence win.
Yeah.
And Stefano is starting this turn quite well with Harmony hitting a combo again. So he's definitely been favored by the luck sack.
Yeah.
Hitting 2 combos off Harmony.
True. Yeah. Okay. Now here we go. Bonds of Ancestry. This is the last one. This is it. I believe that was the last Seek Vengeance as well. Like his deck, can't quite see it from this angle, but it's looking pretty thin.
It's looking very thin, and this ties back to what we discussed earlier. Katsu's deck late game just is kind of bad. Like he's used a lot of damage, and discarded a lot of damage through his Katsu triggers. So this might be one of the last turns Stefano has to actually push good damage.
Absolutely. Oh man, now he's seeing what's left in his deck. He gets to tutor a card out with bonds, but what card are you tutoring out?
Now he's doing the classic math. I remember this. Katsu's with bonds. They do the math with their graveyard is 40 cards big, and their deck is 20 cards, and they have to map out. Okay, I've spent 3 of this card, 2 of this card, and figure out which card they can banish to bonds to fetch in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do still have those Breeze Riders. If Patrick lets any damage hit, we could see Stefano going wider than Patrick can block, right? Because if he leaks any damage, then the Seek Vengeance is lethal, and every card he tutors here is lethal. I think the big thing is, does he have a 0 for 4 left? Because that last turn, he tutored out a Seek Vengeance with bonds and then didn't get the opportunity to play it because Patrick blocked out. Oh, and Dishonor. Notably, not the game-ending effect is not online, but this is a 0 for 4. This is comboed after bonds. And that could be it. 5 into 4 and 2 is 11 damage, and Patrick's at 3. So, yes, if he could optimally
I need to point out
that,
the game-ending effect of Dishonor, it might not be online, but at this point, kind of hitting is already kind of game-ending.
Yeah, absolutely.
He still has the Harmony buff on the chain, and he might be able to use these Breeze Riders to convert non-go-again cards in hand. I mean, this is looking a bit rough.
Yep. And here we see the Breeze Rider boots popped. He takes 2. Gonna play the Dishonor for 4. And he's just gonna have to give 2 cards here. Yep, they're 2/2 blocks. And the Seek Vengeance.
Awesome game.
Wow. what a good game. That was so good.
And it got close.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It was like 8 to like 25, 28, and we were like, oh
Yeah.
man, Patrick's never gonna keep a hand again, and then this, and then I don't know, he found a couple good cards, some really efficient hands, the sink below, and he almost got there. He got him down to what, 1? That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, it was 8 to 27 or something like. It was completely. I mean, the difference in life was just completely egregious. And now we see it was at 4 life. I mean, Stefano was 1 turn away from getting actually pressured, and being at 4 life against Fang is not easy. I mean, Fang has multiple ways to get around miss blocks and things like that. So. Yeah, it was quite closer than it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. We may have lost the game, but that was quite a game, and I'm very happy we got to see that on camera.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's just one more look at our matches today. We had a lot of fun ones. This is the off meta heroes. This feels like the Armory locals where everyone's was bringing in their wild brews. And it's pretty cool. We saw, what is it? We saw the red line Florian with Razor Reflex. We've seen many hook triggers slightly missed. We've seen this super close, just like a good game. You know what I mean? Like no tricks, just like a classic battle. And I don't know. I had a great time. So
it was fantastic, and great company as well.
Absolutely,
great company. And it was very fun hanging with the AGE guys throughout the day.
Absolutely. And, now I don't want to call anything because I don't think I have executive authority here, but this could be a pretty fun thing to do again.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Depending on, if the teams work out. I don't know. Could be cool. All right. Well. We're going to go take a quick break, and then I believe we'll be back to get a bunch of us on camera, and we're gonna have a good sign off. So yeah, we'll be back after this.
Well, in a Festivus miracle, Team Sigil absolutely demolishes Team AGE in this holiday show match. Boys, raise up your baubles. You earned it. I mean, we did our absolute best, but ultimately the only match we won was basically gifted to us on a silver platter.
The good thing is it's not about the games we win. It's about the spirit of getting together to play great games at this time of year, the spirit of giving, which I think we all executed fantastically. So I hope that all of our viewers had a wonderful time. We certainly did playing on both sides. And congratulations to everyone on some great games and some fantastic content.
I could not have said it better, Shamir. So with that, we bid you all a good night and a happy holidays from AGE and Team Sigil. We'll see you in the new year with more flesh and blood. Stick around and have a fantastic winter season. See you next time.
See you next time, folks.